Yeah. Nice. Nice. I like that. Well, by what?
Who?
And
Huh?
the
Well.
thing.
On this day,
Black Sabbath guitarist Tony Iommi was born 72 years ago on this day. Now,
yes.
I wanted something else to happen this morning, and it was too much
It was too much.
because I thought it was a perfect combination of things happening.
What's that?
Well, Tony Iommi's birthday, and
In combination with what?
in combination with the announcement that Faith No More is coming to town. And Faith No More.
So, what did you want Carrie to play? A small victory and that song at the same time?
No, I wanted him to play War Pigs, which Faith No More
Yeah.
recorded. But it's 7 minutes long.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we could have done that. They don't need this chatter. They don't need this nonsense that we spew after the opening song.
But I'm very excited to hear Faith No More coming. The only thing I'm not excited about is it's a co-headlining tour with Korn.
That's okay.
Who's headlining?
Well, it's a co-headlining.
Co-headline,
So
so-
in that sense,
They
they
like
take
trade off.
turns.
They toss a coin.
So if I could just please, I know Mike Patton listens to Radio from Hell.
Well, and isn't he a friend of yours?
He said, "Yeah, we're
Close.
we're tight." If you could, in Denver, allow Korn to headline in Denver, and then when you come here, next stop on your tour, if you could. No, you want a
I was
headline
gonna
in
say,
Denver.
you-
You want a headline in Denver, and then you let Korn headline here in Salt Lake. That would be perfect for me.
What?
So then you could just see
'cause
Faith
you-
No More and then go home.
Yeah.
What do you got against Korn? Korn is fine. Is Roddy Bottom coming with them?
He's part of Faith No More.
Well, is he still with them?
Yeah,
Is his bottom still Roddy?
I think so.
Death's construction.
I don't know what you got against Korn.
In the fields, the bodies burning.
Because this is better. Korn couldn't do this.
Well, if this is better,
Korn couldn't do this.
because they're Korn.
Then hatred to mankind.
Is it impossible to like two things at once?
I like all kinds of things. I don't like Korn and Faith No More together. So I'm hopeful
You're so
that I
weird.
can see Faith No More and then go home.
I'm surprised anybody ever got you to try chocolate and peanut butter. No!
I was walking down the street one day
Yeah.
and I ran into somebody.
Well, but she is also famous for not wanting her food to touch.
Yeah.
You know, on a plate.
Yeah. I don't like Korn and Faith No More together.
It's just,
Be a fine
I'm not.
show.
So whenever I think of Korn, I'm reminded of when they came to Big Ass Show,
Yes.
like in the 90s,
Sure.
a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Katie, I don't know if you were born then when Korn came to
Were you born in the 90s, Katie? She was born in the 90s, Gina.
But back then when we would do Big Ass Show, we would rent minivans and pick bands up from the airport, and random people from the station would take turns. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I used to listen to the concerts with my ear trumpet.
Just random people that worked at the station would take turns driving out to the airport to pick up bands as they would come in throughout the
But
day.
not us.
No, we didn't have to. but-
I drove Stone Roses around town to video stores.
Yeah.
So they could find a copy of Lair of the White Worm.
Yeah.
They desperately
they were
wanted
in need of.
a VHS copy of Lair of the White Worm for their tour bus. They wanted to
what's her
watch
name
it.
was naked in it.
And we finally found it after a few video stores.
But
I drove somebody around.
So our friend Kristen, who used to be our promotions director, had to go pick up Korn from the airport. And one of the band members, I'm not sure which one, was underage and asked if she would stop and buy him cigarettes on the way. And she said, "No, I'm not buying you cigarettes."
He was too young to buy cigarettes.
Yeah.
He was under the age of 19.
I guess.
She didn't buy him smokes?
Nope.
Oh,
What a
She said,
prude.
"I'm not buying you cigarettes."
What a prude.
bought him smokes.
I would have bought him beer.
Because I thought that was funny. Because I was like, was it beer? She's like, no, we wanted cigarettes. I'm like, I'm not going in there and buying you cigarettes. We're going out to the fairgrounds. I'm supposed to bring you to the fairgrounds.
This story's got holes in it. It could have stopped, and one of the band members could have gone in and gotten him cigarettes. That story there's something fishy about
Kristen,
that story.
if you're listening,
You shake it out of her.
Call in with
I
the
bet she's
details.
embellished that story in some way or shape or form. Any number of ways that kid could have gotten some cigarettes. Don't like Corn and Faith No More together. Oh, it was EMF. For some reason, I had to drive EMF around.
really?
Yeah, it was like we were taking him to a house party somewhere. We ended up making several stops on EMF.
Yeah.
Did they have one song?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And that
Pretty
was
much
it.
it.
Right? That
Yeah.
was it.
Where are they now?
EMFing.
I don't think they are anymore.
Where is EMF?
I don't know. I don't care. Let's get the show started, shall we?
All right.
I think we ought to officially begin it in just a couple of minutes here. We of course, have to see. We could have played War Pigs, and this was not interesting.
We could have played 7 minutes.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to have some Mill Creek coffee. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back with your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I don't know. I can understand you wouldn't want to see Faith No More with Pat Boone. Or, Faith No More with, but
It's not that I don't want to. I just want Faith No More. I don't want the corn. I want my Faith No More without corn.
well, then you go.
Corn on the side.
You
please.
don't have to. You don't have to. You can, if corn is first, you wait, and you can listen outside the venue and go, oh, they're done. I can go in now.
And when are they coming?
August 9th.
And do we know who's bringing them? What promoter?
Oh, I'm
because
sure
I bet we
it's-
can make a phone call
Oh, okay.
the day before the show.
Could we please?
and just say,
For me.
could you tell us who's going first?
Trent, are you listening this morning?
Trend if it's Live Nation. Yeah.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. What bands could you just couldn't stand to hear together? 877-602-9696. We'll give a random checker-inner a Radio from Hell tote bag.
All right. Super Tuesday, fast approaching.
Yeah, listen, if you want to vote in the presidential primary here in Utah,
There's still time.
The best thing to do is go to vote.utah.gov. It's March 3rd, I believe, isn't it? The Super Tuesday.
Yes.
Even if you don't vote by mail, even if you don't do any of that stuff, even if you're not registered, you can register and vote on that day in the presidential primary.
But you don't have to wait till
Make it
then.
easier. Yeah, make it easier for yourself. Go to vote.utah.gov. It'll lay it out there how the best way to do it, just so you don't have to have a lot of hassle. I've already voted. My ballot has been in the mail for days, and I forgot who I voted for. But so you can vote early by mail. You can vote in person on March 3rd, but you've got to find out all the details by going to vote.utah.gov.
Be a part of the Radio from Hell show on X96. Call 877-602-9696 or text us at 33986. Message and data rates apply.
621.
All right, we're going to officially begin the program, and then we'll check people into Radio from Hell Hotel. You check in, you can't ever check out. Gina.
$3,500 more for your vehicle trade-in, no matter what its condition, only at National Auto Plaza in Murray, Sandy, and now open in American Ford.
The moon is just on its way out, waning away. It'll be a new moon on February 23rd. The moon is just 15.4% of full today. It will set at 2:23 p.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the 19th day of February in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020. And this is the morning show that says, hey, if you stop them, I'll frisk them. We're the Radio from Hell show, starring the lords of morning radio, the oligarchs of the airwaves, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. The executive producer of the Radio from Hell show is Katie for short, and
Hawk.
hello, Hawk is in there working away. You can see his handiwork if you go to your computer and watch us at x96.com/live. And now, check-ins.
Let's begin. We shall start with Mary.
Mary.
Hello.
Mary.
Morning.
Hello.
Hi, Mary.
Mary, thanks for checking into Radio from Hell Hotel. Mary is a grand old name, you know?
It is. It really is. And I am wondering, number one, if I can have a late checkout.
Let me check with the maid service.
We do have the convention
Okay.
in town. Don't forget.
Listen, we can let you go till 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Mhm.
And then the second thing I was asking is, I'm a stewardess. I'm in San Francisco. Do you guys want any special treats I can bring you?
Oh,
I'd like some
special
rice-a-roni,
treats.
please.
From San Francisco.
Rice-a-roni. It is the San Francisco treat.
They should sell that in the airport in San Francisco.
You know, they really should. Okay. What flavor do you like?
Any kind. I don't care.
Original, just original.
Mary,
Just the original.
you called yourself a stewardess. I found that.
Oh, yeah.
I found that unusual.
Oh yeah, I was just kidding around. I'm a flight attendant.
Flight attendant.
I mean, I still like
Yeah.
the words stewardess and steward if it's a male
Yeah,
flight attendant.
I do too as well. I mean, I don't feel like it's sexist.
Have
So
you done that a long time?
Yes, I have.
Flown all
I
over the
have,
world or
so-
mainly the United States?
The world.
The world. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So,
Lovely.
yeah.
Yeah, so
So yeah, if
rice-a-roni.
you guys ever have a special request
Okay.
besides rice-a-roni, I'm happy to fill that for you.
I'd like some social tolerance. If you could put that.
They do have some of that in San
Okay.
Francisco.
The chat room is requesting gummies from a dispensary.
Oh,
Get in trouble.
Probably can't.
Get in trouble for that. I don't.
no.
So
Yeah.
Don't
Sure,
bring
do
any don't bring any coronavirus though. What
No.
what's have they given you special instructions like to keep an eye on passengers if they look sick? Has there been some
Yeah,
heightened
they
awareness?
have. They have, and I have noticed an increase of masks on
Mm-hmm.
on board. But we're just supposed to wash our hands a lot.
Mm.
And if someone's coughing quite a bit and has
Mm-hmm.
a fever, then we have a whole protocol that we go through. But I haven't really seen much of that.
So,
Like, I've just seen the masks. I haven't seen the sick.
when can I expect my rice-a-roni?
You know what? My trip ends in 2 days, so I'll bring it.
Okay. Thank you, Mary.
Do you need the family size?
I'm probably the only one that will eat it. My ex-wife loved rice-a-roni.
Rice-a-roni's
And-
great. I like
and
it.
we
It's
used
the
to.
San Francisco treat.
Yeah, it is. Ding, ding. We used to have it fairly often, but I don't think my kid. Bring the family size. Maybe I'll
I'm
try
going to give
it.
a family size.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sounds
Mary.
good.
Thanks,
Thank
Mary.
you. All right, bye.
It's always nice to have leftovers. So, let's go to John.
Hello, John. Thanks for checking into Radio from Hell Hotel.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. I just, on this occasion of Tony Iommi's birthday, I have to share this little anecdote that I have
Okay.
on a trip that I took my wife to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
It's in '97. Took her to Hawaii. We're down on Waikiki. We wander over to the Hard Rock and to have a little spot of lunch. So I go and sit down, and I order a pig sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting there waiting. As the food is being brought, as the sumptuous pig sandwich is laid in front of me, blaring at the top of its crispness is War Pigs from Black Sabbath. And I'm
Perfect.
sitting there just soaking it in, and my wife is looking at me like I'm crazy. And I'm like, do you not realize the magnitude of this situation? And she didn't understand. So I'm eating my pig sandwich listening to War Pigs.
Yeah. You're still married to her, huh?
I was saying 29 years.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm
that wasn't the deal breaker.
I'm surprised
right?
I'm surprised you made it through with that kind of an attitude. She doesn't
Well,
understand.
she has. Yeah, she doesn't. She's not able to appreciate the musical.
Yeah. Would she appreciate a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
I think that would set things straight after all these years.
All right.
Well, hang on. We'll give you one, and then you can just taunt her with it. Okay.
There you go.
I'm
I
going
appreciate
to the
it.
grocery
Thank you,
store.
guys.
Thank you, John.
Hang on.
Hang on. Let's go to Scott.
And Mary, if you're still listening, I feel like I should have given you a tote bag too. So
She could have taken it on the plane. She could
Yeah.
have advertised our show internationally traveling with our tote bag. Mary, call back and get a tote bag.
Hi, Scott.
Scott, thanks for checking in.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's up?
I wanted to thank you for letting me listen this fine morning.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of back Gina up on the whole Korn, not wanting to listen to other bands. Recently, I don't know how, but they found me. It's a good band. They came to town, and they were the opener for, I think it was the 1975.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
And I only went to the opening for, I don't know how, and I left because it just, they have different modes. They have, they make you feel different. I didn't like it.
It's true.
It just, and I like 1975 fine in other circumstances.
People are
I mean,
so
they're okay,
rigid.
they're not great.
You people are
But-
so rigid. I was feeling a certain way with the
It's-
19 with I don't know how, but they found me, and then I couldn't possibly feel a different way after that.
I don't know. It
happens.
just didn't. It wasn't getting me. I was like, I got bored. I left.
They're in California right now recording their album,
I don't know how, but they found me.
whole album.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, now you do.
Yeah, I actually, he was in my, Dallin was in
Yeah.
my group of friends growing up,
Mhm.
but like kind of peripherally, so I only met him a few times.
Sure.
I was blown away when I found out he started his own band.
Yeah, he's an exceptionally nice human being too.
Dallin
Yeah, up
liked
in Clearfield.
Dallin liked my tweet.
He did.
Yeah.
Aw.
Well, Scott, thanks for checking in and thanks for being a friend of the program.
Well, always.
We'll see you, Scott.
Right.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Bye bye. Okay, I guess that's good enough.
Did you have any Mill Creek coffee yet, Bill?
I did have some
You
Mill
did.
Creek coffee. I think I mentioned that.
Okay, I just
having
wanted to
mine.
make sure you didn't forget to have your Mill Creek coffee.
No, but we might as well mention Mill Creek coffee again because it is delicious.
I'm having mine.
Yes.
Oh,
I like your mug too.
That's a good mug.
I can get you one.
Yeah.
Crash westbound I-80 in Tooele County at milepost 61. And that's it so far this morning. We've got pretty smooth commute for you so far. So get up and get moving while things are smooth, I guess. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. If you enjoy board games, you'll love Haster Games. All two-player games are on sale through February. Less virtual, more reality. Haster Games, 6831 South State.
All right. Thank you very much. Coming up, big boy news. Also, things that must go, all in the same break. Stand by for that. Gina, Lightstream.
If you carry a balance on your credit cards, and those usually come with high interest rates, you need to think about getting a Lightstream credit card consolidation loan. Now, what you can do is get a rate as low as 5.95% APR with auto pay. If you've got good credit, Lightstream thinks you deserve a better loan experience. You can get a loan from $5,000 to $100,000, and there's no fees, and you can even get your money the same day you apply. Now, how do you apply? It's easy. And if you're an X96 listener, you get an even better rate. The only way to get the discount, go to lightstream.com/X96. That's LIGHTSTREAM.com/X96. Subject to credit approval, rate includes 0.50% auto pay discount. Terms and conditions apply and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/X96 for more information.
from Hell X96.
6:36. We got things that must go coming up here in about less than 10 minutes. So right now, big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by
Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
Tragedy. Tragedy. Tragedy.
Triple
They
tragedy.
were all one of a kind, and they will all be missed by someone, I'm sure. First, actress Zoe Caldwell has died at the age of, I think she was in her 80s, 86. Leading actress, she won a Tony Award for leading actress in a play for her role in a play called Masterclass at the 50th Annual Tony Awards in New York. Caldwell, a 4-time Tony Award winner, famous for playing larger-than-life characters. Her son, Charlie Whitehead, said she died peacefully last Sunday at her home in Pound Ridge, New York. Also passing, Janet Dubois, dead at 74, one of the main characters on Good Times. She was found dead on Tuesday.
I don't want to be found dead.
Well, she was found dead, yeah.
I want people to know that it's coming and to be around. I don't want to be found.
It's, Gina, it will not make any difference to
No?
you. No. I think it's Jeanette, not Janet. It's J-A-apostrophe N-E-T. Jeanette played the Evans family's sassy neighbor, Willona Woods, on the TV series in the 70s. Her family said she died unexpectedly in her sleep overnight at home in Glendale, California. It's unclear who discovered the body. The Jeanette had not complained of any specific illness. She appeared to be in good health to those around her. She even attended a fan event at Hollywood a couple of weeks ago.
Foul play? Maybe foul play?
But this is what apparently I'm getting the impression she lived by herself. And, just passed away in her sleep and was found dead. And then finally, Esther Scott, dead at the age of 66. Veteran character actress Esther Scott in countless movies and TV shows over the years. If you saw a picture of her, you would know who that is. A member of her family says she suffered an apparent heart attack last Tuesday in California. She was later found unconscious and taken to the hospital. She was really well known for being in the movie Boys in the Hood, and she was on 90210 as well. Esther Scott. Reports that Lori and Chad Daybell had left the island of Kauai in Hawaii. They indicate that they left the island and they're on the move, but they are still in Hawaii.
Arrest them.
As law enforcement continues to search for 2 missing Idaho children who haven't been seen in 5 months. Their mother, Lori Vallow Daybell, and stepfather, Chad Daybell, left Kauai on Sunday. East Idaho News reports the couple traveled to Maui. It's unknown if they will stay in Maui eventually or travel back to Kauai or go somewhere else. I don't know if they had one-way tickets or what, but they're watching them.
Now
They know what they're doing.
Now they're murderinos that are following this better than I am. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think today is some special magical day for her. Like there has been some...
For Lori Daybell?
Yeah, like some premonition that, like, one of those... Jesus is coming back on the 19th.
No, end of the world is July 22nd.
Oh, it's not till then?
No.
Oh, okay.
July 22nd.
According to her or just generally?
According to both of them.
Okay.
Or him. Or
I'm trying to see.
Because I thought today was one of the days that something was supposed to happen.
Dateline NBC profiled the missing children's case in an episode that aired on Friday. Terry saw it. One of Chad Daybell's former Latter-day Saint missionary friends, Benjamin Hyde, told Dateline that he blames the disappearance of the children on the couple's extreme religious beliefs that focus on a looming doomsday that is supposed to happen this summer. I mean, imagine what you would do if you had a God speak to you. You would start feeling a little empowered, and it looks like that's exactly what's happened, said this former missionary friend of Chad's. Lori Vallow Daybell's extreme religious beliefs are also documented in Charles Vallow's divorce proceedings. In documents obtained by Idaho TV station, Charles Vallow claimed his estranged wife, now Charles is dead, right?
Yes.
Wanted nothing to do with him or the children because she had a more important mission to carry out, and said she had become infatuated and obsessed with near-death experiences and spiritual visions. Yeah, Charles Vallow was killed last summer by Lori Daybell's brother, Alex, who claimed the killing was in self-defense. And I believe Alex is also dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
What a bizarre case.
It's very strange.
Yeah. Now we'll have our legislator friend of the program here at 7:45, I think, Dan Hemmert. I know he knows this legislator, Brady Brammer, and knows quite a bit about this bill wanting warning labels on pornography. It has won favorable reviews from Utah lawmakers who said that they were tired of playing nice with distributors of obscene material.
Jeez.
The pre-written label that Brady Brammer has in mind would state that pornography can impair a minor's brain development, emotional development, and the ability to maintain intimate relationships. So they voted in committee to send it to the full House. Only two
You're not
people
going to be able to enforce this.
Only 2 people voted against it. I'm not sure. So I think it was like 16-2 or something like that. The ACLU has said it's probably unenforceable.
Exactly. It's unenforceable. It's going to cost us a ton in lawsuits.
It's a feel-good thing that they can point to their constituents and say,
Yep.
see, I tried to do
We
something.
do things. We do things, and we are looking out for your children. A woman has fallen into a slot canyon in southern Utah. A Washington, D.C. woman. She fell 40 feet while rappelling in a slot canyon near Hanksville in Wayne County. A canyoneering party told Wayne County deputies that the 33-year-old woman was coming out of Angel Cove Canyon a few miles east of Hanksville when she slid 20 feet, fell another 40 feet to the canyon's bottom. Her companions were in the bottom of the canyon trying to resuscitate her, and they were performing CPR. And when rescuers got there, she had died from her injuries. Donald Trump has granted clemency to some really wonderful characters, citing what he said was advice from friends and business associates and Rod Blagojevich's wife, who he saw on Fox TV all the time.
That's all it takes.
Granted clemency on Tuesday to a who's who of white-collar criminals from politics, sports, and business who were convicted on charges involving fraud, corruption, and lies, including the financier Michael Milken.
And people don't care.
The president pardoned Milken, the so-called junk bond king of the 1980s, as well as former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik and Edward DeBartolo Jr., the former owner of the San Francisco 49ers. He also commuted the sentence of Rod Blagojevich, a former Democratic governor of Illinois. He went to jail for trying to sell Barack Obama's vacant Senate seat. Mm-hmm.
And for withholding money from a children's hospital until he got a donation to his campaign.
Yeah, he's just a
gross.
peach. Yeah, he's a peach.
And Bernie Kerik stole money from 9/11 first responders.
Yeah. But that's okay.
That doesn't make you mad? Trump's your guy. Is Trump still your guy?
Trump's your guy.
Jason Chaffetz?
Well,
Is he still your guy?
You remember, there was just a rumor that Barack Obama was going to pardon Blagojevich. It was just a rumor.
He was never going to pardon
He was never going to do it. And Fox News and the GOP went crazy. How dare the president even think of this? Well, he wasn't even thinking of it. It was just a rumor. But they went crazy.
Well, here's what Jason Chaffetz would undoubtedly say. I don't agree with a lot of the things this president does, but it's within his rights. It's within his rights to issue pardons. The Constitution clearly gives the president broad powers when it comes to, that's what they say.
These are messages, these pardons.
I wonder.
To his enemies.
What people say.
And to his friends, keep quiet, I'll pardon you. To his enemies, keep quiet. I control the Justice Department now.
He said that.
Yeah.
Well, he said, I'm the chief law enforcement officer of the country, which is, no, you're not. It's supposed to be the Attorney General, who's not going to resign.
But he controls the Attorney General, so he's not wrong. It is
These are messages.
I've chosen, well, no, and he's upfront about it. He said, I've chosen to stay out of it, but if I wanted to get into it, I could. If I wanted to, I could involve myself in all of that. There's nothing that says I can't do it.
I don't really know Blagojevich. He was on my TV show, but I don't really know
Yeah,
him.
he
but-
was on The
Yeah, he
Apprentice.
was on The Apprentice.
And there's, and Blagojevich is just a piece of work.
He's a turd.
He is indeed. I prefer to not be so crass, Gina. I say he's a piece of work, a piece of dirty, turdy work. Let's see. We have more time. Still?
One more story.
Let me find something a little palate
Something
cleansing.
light.
I have a file that says, "Now that's fun." Here's what you find in the file. It really does.
Okay.
Here's what we find in the file. Now that's fun. Police in Florida are investigating the gruesome discovery of jars of human tongues in a crawl space of a house. The preserved tongues were found during an inspection of the foundation of the Gainesville, Florida home, which was previously owned by Ronald Bogum, a former University of Florida researcher. Some of the jars of tongues date back to the 1960s. Investigators are looking into the possibility that Bauman, who published studies in the following 2 decades, may have brought the tongues home as part of his work. He is currently a professor emeritus at the university, so it would seem to me they could just ask him, why do you have jars of
Why so
tongues,
many tongues?
in the crawl space of your house? A 1988 abstract of the Journal of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery posted on medical research site Science Direct lists Ronald Bauman as a dentist involved in a case of oral squamous cell carcinoma in twins. I got bottles of tongues in the
Well,
crawl
that's
space.
fun.
Isn't that fun?
You know what would be fun?
There you go.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Are debts killing you? Do a cash-out refinance on your mortgage at loansbyrick.com. Loansbyrick.com, 801-809-SAVE. Where else you going to go? Britney Spears has been hospitalized after suffering a broken foot, and her boyfriend says the injury came from a freak dancing accident.
Sports.
According to Britney's boyfriend, Sam, Britney broke her foot while doing what she loves, dancing. Britney fractured her metatarsal bone on her foot. Sam posted several photos and a video of himself with Brit inside the emergency room. When you break something, it tends to heal stronger, especially when you're my girl. My lioness broke her metatarsal bone on her foot doing what she loves, which is dancing.
Which is not a sport.
Dancing's not a sport?
Not the way she does it.
That's sports. Weather is, we've got great air quality, actually, and blue skies and sunny for several days, but it is pretty chilly. It's only 23 right now, and we'll only get up to about 36 for a high today. Traffic, we've got a crash northbound Legacy Parkway, about a mile north of Parish Lane in Centerville. The car is facing sideways, blocking the right lane and shoulder. Friends of the program say there's a free ladder left lane right after the exit 84 in Ogden, and also huge tarp in the center lane southbound I-15 just before 33rd South. It's like a trucker tarp that's
Huge.
unfurled into the car-sized pile.
Huge tarp, huge.
So avoid that, or hey, free tarp for you. Katrubas Volkswagen payment match promise. Promise you payments will match what you're paying for your new Volkswagen. It's just that simple. Katrubas Volkswagen, your payments and advertised price equal. That's true.
Things that must go, brought to you by?
Woohoo! Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents in a job, get you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woohoo!
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you. They've gotten under your skin somehow, and you just can't deal with it anymore. You put it in an email and you send it to us, and maybe it'll leave your life, or at the very least make you feel better about it.
We've heard from people that have confirmed that things
Yes.
have gone.
So if you have a must go, something that you want to be gone, just put it in an email, put must go in the subject line, and we might read it on the radio. Gina.
First one from me, and it's directed at my son, who I don't think is awake yet. Mohammed, when soccer carpool is picking you up at 6:30, that means at 6:30,
In the morning?
no, at night,
Okay.
your shoes are on, your shin guards are on, your water bottle is filled up, and you were waiting by the door so that when the person pulls up, you can run outside. 6:30 doesn't mean, okay, now I'll put my shoes on, and now I'll fill up my water bottle.
Why aren't you having this conversation with him?
I have.
Okay.
Last night, I'm like, why? He's like, they don't come till 6:30. I'm like, that means you leave at 6:30. You don't start getting ready to leave at 6:30. This from Brittany.
Dancing is too a sport.
It's different, Brittany.
Oh.
My thing that must go is people saying because Rage Against the Machine tickets are $125, they've become the very thing they were raging about.
Huh?
Have you people done...
People have been complaining about this.
But she said, have you done any research? Yeah. Of course not. They have special tickets that they're trying to keep from scalpers reselling them. So those special tickets are more expensive. And then they're sending that money to charity. They've also put clauses in to keep scalpers from ruining it for the rest of us. And she says, secondly, I also didn't see you bitching about the $300 Post Malone tickets that went straight into his pockets. And she said, yes, I'm still very bitter that tickets sold out before I could get one, but if I find one that's legit and not a scalper, I'd happily pay $300 for it because it's me helping out something I fiercely believe in while listening to an amazing band. Thank you for letting me listen. Keeps me awake on my grave shifts. And thank you for the tote bag. I guess Brittany wanted a tote bag from us. And then this from Chris. Thanks for letting me listen. My thing that must go is the fact that Bill eats more apple pie than I do. So either he needs to stop it or I need to eat more pie, preferably the latter.
Well, I don't eat that much apple pie. I mean, occasionally. But now I want some.
Yeah.
All right, Carrie?
I have one. And then my wife has a couple. And then Tommy has one. Cologne hand.
Oh, yeah.
Cologne
I
hand.
hate cologne hand.
Gentlemen, pay attention. When you, well, first of all, your cologne, if you got the kind that you shake into your hand or that aftershave, get rid of that. All right? Get a spray so that you don't have it on your hand, because when I shake your hand, it's with me the rest of the day. Get a spray cologne, all right? None of this stuff on your hands, all right? So cologne hands got to go. Sue's got a couple. Getting misdelivered junk mail for the neighbor. Do I do them a favor and throw it away? Or do I make the mail person
not at this address, right?
The job?
I throw it away.
Yeah. And stupid national holidays that psychologically trick you. For example, yesterday was National Drink Wine Day, so they tricked her into drinking wine on National Wine Day.
You can always trick me into drinking
National
wine.
Donut Day happened.
She's so gullible.
Yep, it happened. So here's that. This one from Tommy Milagro. Being reminded by my management to get back on the phones every 2 to 3 minutes. I get it. There are calls in queue, and I need to be available to take calls, but if I'm busy assisting a customer, it's not going to make me move faster. Chill the F out, Hector.
Yeah, Hector.
Number 2, Hector must go. Hector's just Spanish for Karen, and nobody has time for your bull sock. Spanish Karen! February must go. If the months can be considered parts of the mouth, February is the canker sore. Nothing good has ever come from February. E.g., my breakups, the legislature in session, the impeachment verdict. February just needs to go back and be replaced by a longer March, and just use that opportunity to double up on Black History Month. Thank you, Tommy.
This one from Use My Name, I Don't Give a Care. Okay, Jay. Number 1, SLCPD, the policemen, idling their empty cars at the casually catch-up with their fellow officers inside the 7-Eleven. So the cars are still running outside.
That's policy. They have to do that. I mean, it's bad, but they have
SLCPD idling their empty cars outside a place of business as they take a report of homeless people sleeping nearby. Look, I know some of you feel, though the rules shouldn't apply to you.
They're following.
And since you don't have to pay for the gas for your patrol cars, wasting gas doesn't bother you. But lead by example and let us all breathe the clean air. You say that they are required
policy
to keep the cars
running?
running?
Because if they have to leave quickly and they start idiot.
Okay. Number 2, people who just walk on past you as you thoughtfully hold the door open for them. Not a thank you, not an acknowledgement. Were you raised by hooligans? Use your damn manners, please, and thank you go a long way, especially in these times. For the love of everything, be better human beings, Jay. And then this one was sent directly to me. As a matter of fact, it says, "Good morning, Bill. I decided to email you directly since my must go is about Carrie." I'm not sure if you're doing must goes this week. It wasn't in the podcast or promo, but if you are, I have one. My wife says I'm being picky, but damn it, it's 2020 and I'll be as picky as I want. And I don't care if you use my name. My must go is Kerry saying he'll vote for any Democrat. Kerry, I love you, but you really should stop phrasing it like that. Now, I will admit that an X96 tote bag would make a better president than Orange 45, but when you say you'll vote for, quote, any Democrat, it reminds me of the sentiment that got Trump elected in the first place. People said, I don't need to look into who this man is. I'm just going to vote for a Republican or any Republican to beat Hillary. If voters had decided with person over party, we'd never have been in this mess. Yes, I know it's not the same because regardless of who the Democratic nominee is, they'll be better than Trump. That's not the point. Words and phrasing matter.
No.
Don't put the blinders on for anger when the others did so for ignorance. I'm going to vote for any of the current field of Democrats. Bill, you're a true class act and a friend of the people. Next time you need a bath beer, email me, and I can be there in 20.
Bath beer.
I got nothing but time. I don't have any BS store policy. Also, I have about 1 million independently verified fact lists that I can forward over when you don't feel like looking one up. It's one of my hobbies. Thanks for letting me listen. Tell Kerry I love him. Sincerely, Felix.
Felix? Sorry, your must go doesn't work.
Carrie's not going to change.
Nope.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
There are 2 crashes on Legacy Parkway. Both are about a mile north of Parish Lane in Centerville. One is northbound blocking the right shoulder. The other is southbound blocking the left lane and shoulder. Not sure if anybody's picked up the free ladder in the left lane right after exit 84 in Ogden or the tarp southbound I-15 just before 33rd South, but there's some free stuff for you out on the roads if you can find it. When you open a new card at Cyprus Credit Union, you'll receive 0% interest on all purchases, balance transfers for 6 months. Visit cypruscu.com or stop by a branch today.
All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. Round 1 of your boner voting coming up in the next hour. Stand by.
And a giveaway, Disturbed tickets coming up.
Okay.
next.
We'll do that right away. Stand by. Brooklinen.com is the website to go to. I want you to go there right now and take a look at all of the products they have available, the sheets. Of course, they're insanely comfortable. I've been telling you about them for weeks now. But I also want you to look at their other essentials that they have. Bathroom towels, shower curtains, bath mats, ultra soft loungewear. They are expanding from your bathroom into your bedroom. They're going to take over your house. Brooklyn, well, that's great. You'll be comfortable all over the house. That's the great thing about it. All luxury products without the luxury markup price. So if you like softness, comfort, essentials to help you relax, Brooklinen has it all. Brooklinen.com, the perfect place to build a new oasis and support your resolutions. Go on, make yourself comfortable. Brooklinen, so confident in their product that all of their sheets, comforters, loungewear, and towels come with a lifetime warranty. And if you're looking to save big, you can shop Brooklinen's President's Day sale happening this weekend. You get more comfort for less money. And if you're in New York or listening from New York, you can get the internet's favorite sheets and more in real life. Visit Brooklinen's first store in Brooklyn at 127 Kent Avenue in Williamsburg. Take advantage of their President's Day sale savings. Brooklinen, everything you need for your most comfortable life.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Pork Rind, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Pork Rind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strange Pork.
Hello, elders. Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as...
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the Feld.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I begin to assault our guest with karate chops. Hi!
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen!
No. What I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Oh, Captain Hogthrob can marry people. You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie.
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
Radio from Hell on X96.
I guess we're stoked, it says
Stoked?
here, to welcome Disturbed with Stained and Bad Wolves to USANA Amphitheater on September 9th. Tickets are on sale now, but maybe you'll win some from us. Listen to Radio from Hell and Todd Newcomb every day for your chance to win a pair of tickets. You can get all the details and find out how to win at x96.com. I'll tell you how to win right now. I'll give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is right, R-I-G-H-T, right? Text it to 33986.
All right, thank you.
So I checked Twitter in the morning just to see what's up
Mm-hmm. What is up?
and what's trending.
What is trending?
And, well, the number one trending thing this morning
Yes.
was Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Why?
And I said, I wonder why. Why is exactly what I said, Bill.
Did Chitty Chitty Bang Bang die? Is that the first thing you think?
Yeah. There was a question posed on Twitter yesterday that was, what was the first movie that really scared you as a child? And when I saw that yesterday, first thing that popped into my head was the child catcher in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Well, apparently I am not the only one.
Really? That was the movie that...
Most people, it's number one trending on Twitter right now, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang did die.
So for me, it was Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. That's the movie that really scared me and traumatized me. That or Ordinary People. That was another one.
Scared you to
Just, yeah.
to death.
It was horrifying. Horrifying.
Now, if you haven't seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang,
Or Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf.
there's this character called the child catcher. And this is
Where are you? I know you're here somewhere.
He's got like lollipops.
Yep.
Well, that's what you would use to catch children.
How you lure them.
Lollipops.
Yep.
Did you see this movie when you were a little girl, Katie?
Oh yeah.
Did it scare you?
Oh yeah. Well, I was gonna
Did
say.
you see Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf?
No, but that movie and A Watcher in the Woods were my most terrifying movies when I was a kid. But nobody knows A Watcher in the Woods.
I've heard of it, but I
Yeah,
didn't.
Watching the Woods is
Disney
pretty
movie.
Treacle tarts and ice creams and all free. Come along, kitty.
I'm pretty sure I still have a copy.
Doesn't sound scary.
Well, until he gets you in
Yeah,
this.
until he gets you in the
Yeah,
jail wagon.
But then you get lollipops.
No, you don't.
That's just it.
Oh, so you get cheated.
Then they go take you to the mines and you work in the mines.
How's the pay?
There's pay? It's horrifying. I'm going to post this clip that I sent Carrie.
But George in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf is an alcoholic college professor.
That's scary.
That's pretty scary.
What would it be? Ice cream. Yes, ice cream.
And in Ordinary People, Mary Tyler Moore was mean.
Oh, but see, then he gets you in the cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he takes you away. And nobody gets lollipops or ice cream. And he takes you to a cave and locks you up.
But the music is so jolly. I've never seen it, so I don't.
You haven't?
No.
Really?
I'm going to post this little clip
I
that I
just
sent
all
Carrie.
I ever knew about it was that it was a flying car. That's
What is it? What's
I'm
happening?
pretty sure I have a copy of VHS still.
What's Benny Hill doing here?
Is he in it? Really?
Yeah.
He's in it. But he's not wacky Benny Hill.
It's Dick Van Dyke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he sings bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, bang. Dun, 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 dun.
What was yours, Carrie? What was the...
Well, mine was Deliverance.
Well,
Not for
Squeal!
not for that scene.
How old were you when you saw Deliverance?
I didn't see the whole movie.
Oh, I know the scene. It's the end of the movie.
It's the end of the
isn't it?
movie. I
Yeah.
didn't see the whole scene. You see, I've, growing up with my backyard as a lake, okay? And I was always terrible at swimming, and I was afraid of the water. So the final scene in Deliverance, the plot of the movie is that they're going down this river because they're going to fill up the entire valley to make it into a lake. And
Last time they can run this
last
river.
time you can run the river, and they run into hillbillies and there's danger. But John Voight gets killed. No, it's not John Voight.
It's Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds gets killed.
Yeah, and he's the masculine tough
Yeah.
one.
And they weren't able to get his body back.
Right.
So the last scene of the movie is this flat water, just this, very pleasant looking water with mountains and everything. And then this hand comes up out of the water slowly. And it's white, and it's like it's been there for a long time. But then you realize John Voight wakes up and he's I'm dreaming. But that scene
still.
of the hand coming up out of the water traumatized the living hell out of me.
That is a really
That's
good
awesome.
movie. It's just so tense.
And like I said, I didn't see the whole movie. I came in to say goodnight to my dad.
You've never seen the whole thing?
I finally
You finally did?
At the time, I came in just to say goodnight to my dad because I was going to bed because it was 10 o'clock and I was going to listen to Battle of the Records on the radio. But and so I saw that scene.
Squeal! Squeal!
But then the other scenes freaked me out.
The thing about Watcher in the Woods, it's not.
People don't know about this movie.
It's not gory or anything.
No. It's just
creepy.
it's very creepy.
It makes
and eerie.
you makes you feel
I almost
creepy in
named
the
my
woods.
dog Narek. I
Yeah.
almost did. But I mean, there were 2 movies at Blockbuster I ever rented, and Watcher in the Woods was one of them. I knew exactly where it was. I knew how to go get it. I would grab it and just go. Like that was the one movie I always watched.
I'm curious on that trend. I would like to see how many people said E.T.
Scared them?
I have encountered.
Yeah, I've encountered people who
so
scared.
many.
So
and
I
it's
have it
That
surprising.
was like my brother's favorite movie because his
Yeah.
name is Elliot.
So some people are Wizard of Oz, Willy Wonka,
Yeah.
Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Pinocchio, yeah.
Very
Pinocchio's
scary.
actually quite scary.
Yeah.
I'd be curious, to see how many said. Well,
X-Poll
we
question?
should do this as an expo.
Yeah,
As, I
save
think,
it for
as I
that.
think about it, when I was a little kid and saw Pinocchio, that island of lost boys where
Yeah,
they turn
the
into donkeys.
donkeys.
Lamplick.
That was scary.
That did scare me when I was a kid.
Yeah. All right, X-Poll, deal.
Write it down.
Okay.
You know what should scare you is if you're traveling on Legacy Parkway if there's a crash northbound Legacy. One car over on the right in the grass, right lane and shoulder are blocked. Nearly a dozen emergency vehicles are on the scene. The other vehicle is leaking fluid. Multi-vehicle crash southbound I-15 approaching 90th South and Sandy. 4 right lanes are blocked and traffic's backing to the I-215 South interchange in Midvale. So several pretty serious accidents for you so far this morning. If you see something you want to share, you can text it to us. 33986. Don't go out to eat. Go out to Chili's for a limited time only. 3 for $10 now includes chicken or shrimp fajitas. That's a starter. Fajita and Coke for only $10. Together, we Chili's.
Let's see. Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates. Boner candidate number 1, upskirt at the Chili's. Number 2, you'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear? And boner candidate number 3, sir, I think you'll need to footnote that tattoo.
Okay, round 1 of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and a Pinuendo. Stand by. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
A hail of a deal for
H-A-L-E.
For Free Brewery. Scott Hale is doing this. This is pretty astonishing, too. He did this last year in February. He's giving away, if you buy a full central air system, you'll get a free furnace. So you're not going to need the central air until it heats up this summer, but get it put in now and you'll get a free furnace. Hale has frozen over. That's the deal that Scott is offering right now. Call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air at 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE. You'll find that no matter what you have them do, Scott Hale is amazingly different and surprisingly better than the other guys. So Hale has really frozen over this time. Call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air for the free HVAC and get a second opinion on your furnace right now, too. Call 264-HALE or go to scotthale.com.
from Hell's Show on X96. Call 877-602-9696 or text us at 33986. Message and data rates apply.
And you will need that information to vote for this round 1 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide after hearing all 3 which one of these 3 is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, great. It's the winner of round 1. Secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates then. We get another winner there. We take both of the winners. We put them against each other in the Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning is when you decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. So right now, this is round 1. Pick your champion wisely. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
tickets to see Trevor Noah at the Maverick Center on February 21st.
Number 1 is Upskirt at the Chili's. A manager at an ice rink in Tampa, Florida, is facing a video voyeurism charge after police said he took an upskirt photo of a teenage girl last month. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said Michael Benson was waiting in line at the Chipotle.
There he is.
Oh, not Chili's.
Oh, did I say Chili's?
You
I
said
meant
Chili's.
Chipotle. At the Chipotle. It was out there on Dale Marbury Highway.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, out that one out there.
Mm-hmm.
When he allegedly used his cell phone, he doesn't look like the kind of guy who would... No, he looks exactly like the kind of guy
He doesn't have a neck.
who would take his cell phone. Now, and they saw him taking an inappropriate photo or video underneath the teen's clothing. Authorities say the incident took place on January 20th, but surveillance video from inside the restaurant was released on the sheriff's office Facebook page. You can see the man looking around the restaurant before bending over with his phone. According to law enforcement, this is not the first time that this has happened. According to management, he has been visiting the Chipotle several times a week for the past 5 years, normally during lunchtime hours.
So there could be all kinds of creeper stuff.
Deputies, well, apparently there is.
I don't know.
Deputies said Benson was arrested on February 13th. He was released after posting bail, but they're pretty sure that he's done this multiple times.
I mean, at first glance, he just looks like he really likes Chipotle.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He carries it all in his neck.
All in his neck.
Boner candidate number 1, upskirt at the Chipotle. Boner candidate number 2, you'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear? She had plenty of takers, but her behavior at their homes struck customers as bizarre. She kept taking selfies with all of the babies, according to Pierce County Sheriff's Department, and then she kept wiping off her fingerprints from everything she touched. Oh, and then there was the cupcake. During a photo shoot on February 5th, this woman, I don't know what her first name is, it says here, Parker, and her 16-year-old daughter offered the treat as a gift to a new mom, claiming that they ran a bakery. Pierce County Detective Ed Troyer told the Washington Post the woman ate the cupcake, and before long, she said she started to feel ill.
You see why I don't eat things people bring us?
The unnamed woman ordered Parker and her 16-year-old girl to immediately leave, and then she called 911 for help. After Parker left, the woman accused her of trying to steal her house keys. Now police say they know why this all happened. It is part of Parker's plot to steal the woman's baby, flee the state, and raise the child as her own. Ms. Parker, a one-time mayoral candidate in Colorado Springs, was arrested Friday along with her 16-year-old daughter at their home in Spanaway, Washington, and charged with attempted kidnapping and assault. The mother and daughter are accused of soliciting photography customers as a way to go baby shopping in their homes before drugging the chosen victim to put the kidnapping plot into motion, according to the Sheriff's Department. Since the arrest, the Sheriff's Department has been contacted by at least a dozen women who say this woman, Ms. Parker, came to their homes in recent weeks to take pictures of their babies while exhibiting that same kind of bizarre behavior. Lots of selfies, wiping off fingerprints.
And it's like she's shopping.
Yeah.
Yep. An attorney for Parker or for her 16-year-old daughter would not immediately comment on the situation.
Because she posted on social media something very specific like, we'll come to your home and take pictures of baby girls between the ages of this and that. I mean, she was shopping for a baby girl.
Yeah, and finally, I don't know why. I mean, I think within 30 seconds I would have said, I think you need to leave my house.
Yeah.
But finally somebody did. This woman who ate the cupcake and got sick, and she went, oh, I see what's going on here. I figured it out. Boner candidate number 2. You'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear?
No.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Sir, I think you'll need to footnote that tattoo.
All right. Let's see. We got round 1 of your boners. Candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Now through February 21st at Level 9 Sports, get 25% off all winter apparel, ski accessories, consignment gear, free bindings on skis over 500, snowboards over 450, always the lowest price guaranteed, level9sports.com.
I love this headline. Al Pacino's ex-girlfriend says... He's elderly and he doesn't like to spend money.
So, I mean, if he was elderly, I could put up with it if he spent money, but he doesn't.
Quote, it's hard to be with a man so old. Even Al Pacino, the 40-year-old actress, said of her 79-year-old ex-boyfriend, Al Pacino, the age gap is difficult, yes. I tried to deny it, but now he's an elderly man. And to be honest, so even with all my love, it didn't last.
Oh.
Al, and she said, and plus, Al doesn't like to spend money. He only bought me flowers.
That's it, and they
How can I
die.
say politely that he didn't like to spend money? I had a fight with him and left him recently, but of course I really love and appreciate him. I was glad to be there for him when he needed me and to be part of his legacy. It's an honor for me. I'm glad this relationship happened between us, and I hope we remain good friends. But I'm not sticking around. I don't like to spend money.
Al Pacino reached for comment, asked about the girl that left him.
What did he say?
Great ass! There you go. So,
Ooh-ah! I just love that. He's elderly and he doesn't like to spend money.
If he were willing to spend, I'd stick around a little bit.
Yeah.
But
A final chapter in the horrific, hopefully a final chapter, but maybe not, in the horrific saga of a Utah woman who vanished. It's been like 10 years ago now, and the killings of her young sons in a fiery attack by their father years later began Tuesday with a court case. Josh Powell was suspected in the 2009 disappearance of his wife, Susan Cox Powell, when he killed the boys, their sons, Charlie and 5-year-old Braden. A Washington State caseworker had brought them to his home for a supervised visit, but he locked her out, attacked the boys with a hatchet. I've forgotten that detail.
Yep.
Poured gasoline on them and then killed them and himself in a fiery, explosive house fire. Susan Powell's parents, Chuck and Judy Cox of Puyallup, Washington, sued the State Department of Social and Health Services, alleging its negligence helped contribute to the deaths of their grandsons. The lawsuit was thrown out in 2015, but it was revived last year by the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. I'm kind of suspecting it's not going to go anywhere because the caseworker apparently didn't do anything out of the norm of protocol. You know, she took the boys to the house.
they got out of the car, they ran to the door, she was walking behind them, and he pulled them in and locked
slammed
the door.
and locked it. Pretty hard to do. And she ran to her car and started calling. I forget whether she started calling him inside the house or calling her superior.
I think she was calling her superior.
But and I understand the Cox family. Their grandkids gone, their daughter gone, and they've sought some,
there were
relief
lots of mistakes in that.
Yes.
A bill that would effectively decriminalize polygamy here in Utah and dispel fears of prosecution for plural marriage among consenting adults sailed through the Senate yesterday. Senator Deirdre Henderson's bill would reclassify bigamy as an infraction, codifying the practice of the Utah Attorney General's office not to prosecute otherwise law-abiding polygamists. if they're not doing anything else, if there's no
They're adults, if
underage
they're-
kids
yeah.
involved, if there's, if they're consenting adults.
Not, scamming the Social
We'll
Security.
talk to Dan Hemmert about this when he comes in for the next break.
He'll be
but,
here, yeah.
But think of, I understand this, but there are people on the other side who are saying, but it seems to legitimize something that we don't think should be legitimized. And what if yes, they are consenting adults and they are engaged in a polygamous marriage, but what effect does it have on the kids who are part of all of that? That might be something to consider as well. But we'll talk to Dan about it and see what some of the debate on Utah's Capitol Hill has been. Let's see. Hospital director in China has died of coronavirus. He was one of the leading researchers, and he is now dead from the virus. A Utah couple who's been stuck on a cruise ship for quite some time, quarantined on the cruise ship. They're from St. George. Mark and Jerry Jorgensen. They went on a cruise to Asia. Things did not turn out as they had hoped. After being quarantined on the ship for nearly 2 weeks, Jerry contracted the coronavirus, the COVID-19, and is now being treated in Japan. Mark, her husband's back in the U.S., but he's in quarantine for another 14 days at Travis Air Force Base in California. Now, they say it looks like they're kind of getting a handle on things now. Things have slowed down to a certain extent, and they're also trying to develop a vaccine that will keep the COVID-19 in check.
I'm on alert.
One more story?
Yeah.
Let's see. How about, this is from that file that's titled, Now That's Fun. A feral hog weighing 488 pounds was killed on Saturday in the preserve known as Cypress Lakes. According to a report published by Bluebonnet News, a pair of hunters with nuisance wildlife removal shot the hog, as well as 6 others that each topped the scales at 250 pounds. Joe Dudley, owner of Nuisance Wildlife Removal, was hunting the hogs with his friend Mike Huckabee when they came across a group of hogs clustered around one of the community's ponds. We were in there doing hog eradication because they become so overpopulated, Dudley said.
What are you
They've
doing
been
out there?
tearing up the whole dang subdivision. When I was in Phoenix, I went down to visit my friend Jerry in Tucson. He said, we have to keep our garbage cans, kind of secured and everything. I said, raccoons? And he said, sometimes, but you get these, what do they call them? Javelinas. These wild pigs. And I mean, Tucson's a city.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like he's living out in the middle of the podunk, but these wild pigs will come in and start rooting through the garbage and making a mess out of everything. But this is a world record hog, 488 pounds, and they're delicious. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic?
Brought to you by Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Today is Wing Wednesday with 5 wings for $3.75. Open daily from 11 to 10, 3rd West, 535 North, diversioneatery.com. Sunny and actually pretty good air quality for the next day or two. It's cold, though, 23 right now, and going to only get up to about 36 for a high today. Multi-vehicle crash southbound I-15 approaching 90th South and Sandy. 4 right lanes are blocked and traffic is backing to the I-215 South interchange in Midvale. Also crash northbound Legacy. 1 car over to the right in the grass. Right lane and shoulder are blocked and emergency vehicles on the scene. One of the vehicles is leaking fluid. Crash northbound I-15 123rd South in Draper off to the right shoulder. And let me check our message stream, see if anybody put anything there. Nope, but if you see something, you can share it with us. 33986.
Okay, here's boner candidate number 3. Sir, I think you're going to need to footnote that tattoo. Terre Haute, Indiana. The man's face tattoo says, "Crime pays." In gigantic block letters across his forehead.
You can see it at x96.com/live.
Crime pays.
I believe that's a mugshot, isn't it?
Yes, indeed it is. Terre Haute police say that Donald Murray led officers on a chase. Now he's facing a number of charges, including resisting law enforcement, reckless driving, possession of methamphetamine, and also auto theft. Mr. Murray was also arrested last year when he led police on another chase. I'm thinking he ought to get that face tattoo footnoted. Just a little mark there.
Like an
and
asterisk?
underneath, yes, this is where it says crime doesn't pay. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Number 1, upskirt at the Chipotle. The manager of an ice rink in Tampa, Florida, accused of taking upskirt photos of a teenager at the Chipotle in Tampa. It's probably not the first time he's done this as well. Boner candidate number 2. Oh, you'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear? A former mayoral candidate, her name is Juliette Parker, allegedly drugged a new mother with a cupcake and tried to steal her baby. She was posing as a baby photographer. And boner candidate number 3, sir, I think you'll need to footnote that tattoo.
All right, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide right now, of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get another winner there. We take both of these champions, put them both into boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Right now, you're picking the champion of round 1. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or you can call Katie at 877-602-9696 or go online, x96.com. This is round 1. Vote BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, the team you trust. You'll find a Big O Tires near you, I'm sure, because there are many locations. The best way to find one in your neighborhood is just go to bigotires.com.
Now, with the state not having inspections mandatory anymore, there is an uptick of people that are getting in accidents because their tires are bald.
Oh.
Just take your car into Big O and say, "Hey, am I good?" And they'll be honest. They'll say, "No, you should be good for another, couple months." Or maybe, I'm glad you came in. Let's get you some tires.
Bald tires are dangerous, not just with the snow. They're in the rain.
Sure.
You need tread on your tires.
And Big O Tires has no credit needed financing. So no matter what your budget or your situation, they will have financing tailored for you. Big O's expert. They also do alignments, shocks, struts, batteries, brakes, all that kind of stuff to keep your car running smooth. So don't wait another day. Take advantage of the no credit needed financing. Go to bigotires.com.
Radio from hell. X96.
All right, 7:45. Time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a hamburger.
And it's already Wednesday. Nice. Go celebrate with friends and associates at Gracie's. Enjoy a game of Geeks Who Drink trivia at 6:30, followed by Breaking Bingo at 8:30. Stay for live music with the Nate Robinson Trio at 10.
Boner candidate number one, upskirt creeper at the Chipotle in Tampa, Florida. Enough said about him. He's just a creepy guy. Ugh. Boner candidate number two, you'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear? A former mayoral candidate, her name is Juliette Parker. She allegedly drugged a new mother with a cupcake and tried to steal her baby. And boner candidate number three, sir, I think you'll need to footnote that tattoo. Your tattoo says on your head, crime pays. It doesn't. You need to put a little asterisk there and a word, that word doesn't in there. Kim won some Trevor Noah tickets, and the winner by a large margin of votes was boner candidate number two.
Yeah.
You'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you?
I was watching the text votes come in, and it seemed pretty obvious that number two was going to win. That's the winner of round one, though. It's not boner of the day yet. Round two coming up at 8:20. Three different candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both of the winners and put them into Boner Dome at 9:20 is when you'll decide boner of the day. Is this sponsored?
No, but it should be.
It's our legislative update. Once a week we're doing this while the legislature is in session. And this session, this year, we've done it a little differently. It's always been Spencer Cox in the past, but he's running for governor. So rather than have every governor's candidate come in, we enlisted the services of Republican Senator Dan Hemmert. And you're in Utah County, right?
Right, northern Utah County.
And he'll do it today. And then next week, Derek Kitchen, Democratic senator, will give his perspective on the legislature. But also, Dan will answer questions. So if you have any questions about what's going on in the legislature, 877-602-9696 is the number to call and ask about what's going on. Is there anything significant that you think you want to mention?
You know, this has been an interesting legislative session. I think a lot of people say that. It started out in a bit of a lull, and I think that's because of the tax reform, referendum, repeal, that everyone was kind of worn out up in the legislature. And there's been some bills I know that have made it in the news that are controversial for one reason or the other, but in the large part, it's been a rather quiet legislative session.
Yeah, even the ones that seem to be kind of controversial. I mean, they're designed to get people going. Hey, come on!
Well, and they're typical.
Yeah, they're sort of not surprising.
Yeah, like the porn one. That's so typical Utah legislature.
That's a friend of yours, right? Brady Brammer.
It's a close childhood friend of mine. We've been friends since we were like 10 years old. We grew up together, went to law school together. And then I ran for the Senate and then encouraged him to run for the House when that seat opened up. So, yes, longtime friend.
Now, I saw that bill, it's the porn warning that it would require pornographers. Well, if you're going to bring that crap into the state, you have to put a warning label on it for children.
And can I admit something to this crowd? This is my going to my bishop admission. So when that bill first came out, X-Hamster said they were going to put a warning on their website. I went there and looked at it. It was there. And then Brady Brammer, I told Brady, I said, hey, they really did it because I thought it was funny. And he said, hey, take a screenshot of it. I went back, and they aren't doing it anymore. So
now I know. I hear tell that one of the major pornographic websites, they always have a disclaimer, and they always have had. It's you have to be a certain age, certified. Now, obviously,
well, most of them say you have to be
it's just,
of age to go.
It's not a warning. This is bad for your health, which leads to my question: is what is the science that we're quoting to say it's because I heard in the news story you read earlier, it will cause your brain to be affected a certain way, and it affects your relationships. I'm just curious as to what data we're quoting here.
And I can't answer that. I haven't had that conversation with Brady. I know it made out at a House committee, and it's going to come up on the House floor. But candidly, other than my
Brief.
Yes, my engagement with
Ex-hamster?
Yes, just to confirm that what they said they were going to do, they actually did. I haven't really dug into the bill, and frankly, this is true with a lot of stuff. We don't. So I'm in the Senate, right? And I'm not trying to totally wash my hands of this, but we don't get involved in the other body's bills because I'm not saying this is going to happen to this bill, but most bills don't actually pass across the line. You know, about half the bills die during the session, and so to get too engaged with all of the bills coming from the other body that you may never vote on is a little bit of, it's not a waste of time, but it's hard to manage time during
I
legislation.
just noticed. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say this? Because you made a perfect example of it. I went to Ex-Hamster to see if it was there. I'm an adult grown woman. I have never heard of Ex-Hamster before. And I too went. So the exact opposite of what Brady wants to happen. And I'm being serious
I know
about
you're
this.
somebody in the chat room just brought this up. It says,
I have never heard of that site before, and I thought, I did the exact same thing you did, and you're not the only person that did it.
You know why I've heard of it? Because Samuel L. Jackson has talked about it before.
But what my point is, this is going to make people. This is going to drive traffic.
Curiosity.
Exactly. I wonder if they're. Oh, did they put that warning up? I'm going to go look.
And now, in defense of my good friend Brady,
yeah,
I am going to say that probably does happen in the short term, but I would hope in the long term there would be some positive outcome from an additional disclaimer.
I don't think it's. To me, it's just kind of silly. The only thing, because I don't think it will have an effect one way or the other on anything, other than it may end up costing us money.
Yeah,
to go
lawsuits.
To go fight it in some situation.
And we'll lose those probably.
877-602-9696 if you have any questions for Senator Hemmert. We talk about the polygamy legislation, the polygamy bill. That's kind of an interesting one. Also, I noticed there's a House bill. I don't know if you know about this. It would allow gay men to enter into surrogacy agreements.
I do know about this only in that I think it's Patrice Arendt,
right,
Representative Arendt. That's how
she's my
rep. I ran into her in the parking lot last night, and as we all do up there, we advocate for our legislation. And she saw me, and she came up to me and said, "Hey, this is what I'm doing. This is what this is where it is in the process. How do you feel about this?" And I told her last night, based on what she had told me, it makes sense.
Yeah. So this would allow married couples, gay men, to hire someone to be a surrogate.
And part of her point is the way the law is written now, I believe, and I may be misspeaking here, and all your listeners are going to beat me up over this, but the way the law is written now, it's unconstitutional.
The way they have it now,
yes,
it's denying them
right.
It's denying same-sex married couples a privilege that other people have.
And I believe that's why it's moved as far as it has without a lot of opposition on what traditionally and I think stereotypically you would believe would get
have
more
opposition.
pushback.
Yeah.
Well, that's good news.
So what have you introduced? You mentioned something last time you were here, and I can't remember what it is.
I don't remember either. It probably was a wonderful bill, though.
No,
it'll change all of our lives for the better.
Something. What are you pushing this session?
So a lot of the bills that I have. Well, so one that I am working on. It's a property tax exemption for wildfires. So 2 years ago, we had a really bad wildfire year. This last summer, we were fortunate as a state. What this does is it's trying to encourage property owners to take action, because if they spend money to mitigate and prevent wildfires on their property, that's worth so much relative to the damage that a wildfire actually causes. And so this is a property tax exemption that's a constitutional amendment to let people, with the help from the Division of Forestry and Wildfires and the various counties, to allow someone to go take steps to prevent wildfire on their property, and by so doing get us a slight property tax exemption.
I like that.
So if you incur certain costs making a fire break around your property, or maybe you have to cut down some trees or that kind of stuff.
Right.
You get a
right. But it would have to be money spent, not sweat equity, because it's hard to value that.
Yeah.
And you got to prove it somehow.
You have to show that you actually paid something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
877-602-9696 if you'd like to ask Dan Hemmert a question about what's going on in the legislature, Or not, we'll just talk to him when we come back.
877-602-9696. Gina, traffic.
A friend of the program says it's taken 20 minutes to merge onto southbound I-15 from 215. I still haven't merged yet. It's super slow due to that accident in Sandy. And yes, it is bad in Sandy. It was a multi-vehicle crash southbound I-15 about 90th south, still causing major slowing, as our friend of the program has said. Crash I-15 southbound at Beck Street, North Salt Lake. Cars are blocking both shoulders. Traffic is backing into Woods Cross. And let's see, just nasty northbound I-15 through Draper and Sandy, and a little bit southbound through Murray and Midvale. Hale has frozen over, so call Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air for a free HVAC second opinion. 801-264-HALE, that's HALE, to schedule your appointment today.
877-602-9696 is our phone number. Talk to Katie. She'll get you through to us. Volkswagen Southtown, Gina.
Soccer moms. If you're driving to St. George for tournaments, or Vegas, there's Vegas tournaments coming up.
Oh, no.
You have time to go get an SUV from Volkswagen Southtown. You can get a Tiguan or an Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, you've got kids and gear, and you want to be comfortable, and you want to be safe.
You got all that tech, too.
Yeah, you've got the blind spot monitor. You've got cruise control, and the cruise control has hill control and descent. So you set it for like 80 miles an hour, and when it's going up and down the hill, it really feels cool that it can slow you down if it needs to, or speed you back up. And for those long drives, you're going to be comfortable. 6-speaker sound system, so you can listen to your podcasts at a great level. Festus and I are driving the platinum gray metallic Tiguan right now, but you should go test drive that. Talk to Stan, that's who we worked with last time, or Sion, any of the great people out there at Volkswagen Southtown. They're right off 106 South on the west side of the freeway, or you can always learn more at vwsouthtown.com.
Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
All right. We're back with State Senator Dan Hemmert, a Republican from northern Utah County. And
don't worry, at the end of this, we'll do the tool giveaway.
Okay.
Not now, at the end.
Yeah, at the end. Now we have some people who want to ask you a question on the phone, Dan. So.
Yeah, we got a few here. Let's go to Derek. Hi, Derek.
Hello.
Go ahead.
So my question is, with this pornography warning that they're wanting to put, is there any detail in the bill of what type of warning they're asking from these companies to put on their products? And I guess I just want to know the details to start a better conversation of this warning of, is it warning?
Well, it's
your phone's
Derek,
cutting out.
Your phone's cutting out, so hang up and listen, okay?
But to answer your question, yes, the bill does specify exactly what the warning needs to say, and I'm not going to say it all properly. I don't have it in front of me, but it says it ruins it makes it. I don't want to misspeak either.
Yeah.
It makes it hard to have relationships. It can make you objectify men and women. It can mess up your development if you're young. And am I missing? I know there's
that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
That is
but it does have very specific language in the bill.
Yeah. Thanks, Derek.
Thank you, Derek. All right, let's go to Nathan. Hi, Nathan.
Hello. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah. What's your question?
5 or 6 years ago, Colorado put in a program that reduced abortion by over 50%, and then they found that it was actually saving much more money than they were spending on it in Medicare savings. And my question is why we're not doing this in Utah? I mean, the facts are there, and it's a win-win. It saves money. It reduces abortion. I think everybody can get on board with it, except
I think it's similar to.
What is it that they
I
did?
think it's similar to a bill that Derek Kitchen actually is putting forth. It's more affordable and accessible birth control. Actually, we should talk with Derek about that when he's here next week, because I think it's his bill.
Nathan, listen next week when Derek's here, and he'll explain it. You got that, Nathan?
Okay, thank you so much.
Is that good?
You know,
All right.
Dan, I was talking with Spencer Cox about the abortion bill and that kind of thing, and you know, because he had made that comment about abortion and slavery, and so we were talking that he said I shouldn't have said that. That was stupid of me, but you know, he said I said we all agree that abortion is a terrible thing. It's not something that people would do lightly, or most people would not do lightly. And one of the best ways to prevent abortions is by birth control.
Better access.
Family planning.
Education.
And he seemed to agree with that. Would you agree with that as well?
I do agree with that. And actually, I've talked to, I won't want to steal Derek's thunder next week, but I've talked to him a lot about his bill. And studies have shown that taking steps toward, contraceptive use, et cetera, does impact unwanted pregnancies, which are one of the leading causes for abortions.
But we have, and at the same time, we had Governor Herbert a couple of years ago take Planned Parenthood money away because he was upset about whatever they were doing at the time. And so so we need to stop that kind of thing from happening. Planned Parenthood is a good organization.
Mm-hmm.
And you do see Planned Parenthood in the state budget still, because there's some stuff that you can't take away, some of the federal programs and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing that. I sit on a Social Services Appropriations Committee, which deals with all the Medicaid and stuff like that. And I saw it once, and I was like, what is this doing on here? And was informed, well, it's a federal, we can't stop how some federal dollars are spent.
Now, what are we going to do about this situation with these remote yurts?
Yeah, what's the yurt situation?
The yurt problem is really...
Is there a problem? I didn't know there was a problem.
What's the problem?
Apparently, there is a huge pent-up demand for yurts that, but for our current building and fire codes, we have kept them at bay.
Mm-hmm.
And no, this was a bill that Brady Brammer, we were talking about him earlier, he and I are running together. And it's one of those bills that I, honestly, when I do town halls and stuff, I open with this as like my joke. I'm running this really important bill, yurt bill.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew they were illegal? And people laugh and think it's funny. But Brady presented this bill in a House committee yesterday. It's a very controversial bill, apparently.
Now, a yurt is kind of like a tent with a frame.
It is a tent.
It is
with one exception, it has a solid base, right? Wood, typically.
Okay.
but a solid base. But it is wood poles and canvas
All right.
wrapped around it. So it's a tent.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're trying to do is say, if there's not electrical wiring and there's not plumbing, this is a tent and should be treated like a tent. It shouldn't need building code permits and all these other permits. But man, you had people coming out in droves. Yurt Mageddon is on the horizon.
If you deregulate this, people will die in yurts.
Well, now I have a question though.
Okay.
If I can be that person. What if you're using it as part of a business? You have you can buy a dinner to come eat in my yurt.
Which I've done, actually.
I think those should have to be regulated for safety and things.
And that's a fair question that we probably went too far. And we heard from committee members that like, hey, this is a problem. And with an amendment that's being prepared to the bill, we will make sure that food handler permits are required for that very purpose. If we shouldn't be
But what
poisoning
about
people.
safety though?
Yeah.
Well,
if you're packing
Again, what he said though was if you have a stove in there, then the rule.
No, that's not what he said. He said electricity.
If it's
lights.
That's true. So if it's wired or plumbed, it's subject to these building codes. But the other thing we're trying to do to address that concern, because that is a fair concern, we had already tried to prevent that one, which was you can only do this if so. I don't want to point to anyone, but Solitude has a large
That's
yurt
where I've had dinner.
that they
at a
bring
yurt.
people in. We're not trying to exempt that. So what we're doing is saying if you're staying in this yurt, then it can have these exemptions to it. But if you're just coming in, so if you're camping, right, just like a tent, then it can have these exemptions. But if you are just coming in for an event or whatnot, then we're not exempting that yurt.
Okay.
Shouldn't have stirred up the yurt.
No, the yurt lobby.
I just have lots of yurt questions now.
We got questions on the phone here. Let's see if we can get to those
let's
really
get to
quick.
those real quick. Let's go to this is Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, how you guys doing?
It's fine. Go ahead.
Good. I had a question about texting and driving. So every time I look in my rearview mirror, I see somebody texting, and it scares me so bad. And I'm wondering, is there any kind of discussion or bills that are going through in the Senate to kind of restrict that more or give more consequences to people who are found texting and driving? Because it's a big problem.
Okay, Jessica. Go ahead.
So
Dan.
you're correct. It is a big problem and actually is already illegal. And you can't, you can have laws, but at the end of the day, people have to follow them or not. And that is one that is illegal. There is a bill that actually makes using a phone even, unless it's hand-free, illegal. That's starting in the House, and we haven't seen it in the Senate and don't know if we'll get it. But what you're describing is already illegal activity.
There you go.
Okay, Jessica.
Thanks,
See
Jessica.
ya.
Let's go to Tim, the tree guy. Hi.
Hey, Tim. Go ahead.
Good morning. So I have a question about the bill that you're trying to put through for fire prevention. Are you trying to address beetle kill at all? Because I know that's really big down around Cedar City.
So we're letting the Division of Forestry and Fire determine what activities are qualified activities for this fire prevention. And so if they decide that removing deadwood, which I don't know, but I assume that would be reasonable to assume they would have that be part of it, then that would qualify. But we're letting the division make those determinations.
This could be a lot more work for you, Tim.
Oh, there's too much work down there.
Oh,
I don't need that.
All right, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks a lot. Where are we at on the ERA?
I don't know that there is a bill. Well, there is a bill, actually. It's in the House.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do know this. We haven't even talked about it in the Senate.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get to that. And wine delivery.
I think so. There's a couple bills.
Yeah.
Gene
like
Davis
the
in
wine club thing?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Gene Davis is running one in the Senate, starting one in the Senate. Mike McKell, Representative McKell, is starting one in the House. I'm actually the Senate sponsor on McKell's bill. And so I can speak more about that one specifically. I don't know what the direction Gene's going, just because it hasn't gotten far enough to where I'd actually vote on it. But I do know with McKell's, the idea is the delivery can go to a DABC store. You still have to come pick it up.
Defeating the purpose.
But at least you can bring it into the state.
Yeah, I mean, you could join the New York Times Wine Club, and they would just have to make provisions
'Cause
that they
right-
would deliver it to the state liquor store.
Because right now you have to order an entire case of something to get it. If it's Wine Club, it's one a month or
A
whatever.
couple of bottles a month
Yeah.
or something like that.
So it would change. That's how.
I think that's an interesting, and it's not that horrible to have to say, okay, I'll go down and pick it
Well,
up.
you're there every day anyway, Bill. So you may as well.
Gina, please.
Every other.
Every
Come on.
other day. I'm
Come
not
on.
there every day. Dan Hemmert, Republican senator from northern Utah County and owner of Red Hanger Cleaners, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Correct.
That's where I go. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Hey, thank you, and as always, thanks for being civil and kind and not beating me up too much.
Thank you. Traffic.
The right lanes are closed. Southbound I-15 at 80th South in Midvale due to a crash. You should expect pretty major delays still. Southbound I-15 and eastbound I-215. You should get the UDOT app to help tell you best ways to get around that, but it's causing some major issues still. Also, southbound I-15, 53rd South in Murray. Several incidents in that same area. Also, northbound I-15 through Draper and Sandy. 2 different accidents causing slowage through there. So they're getting you coming and going is what's happening there. Let's see. We've got Big O Tires knows it can be an unexpected expense. That's why they have no credit needed financing. No matter your budget or situation, they can help. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Tool.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, let's do it.
Tool is coming to town, and we've given away our tickets for here, but they're going to be in Portland right after Salt Lake. Wouldn't that be fun to go? And Lyft Credit is wanting to send you to see the concert before anyone else. You can listen 8, 2, and 5 for your chance to win a tool, like an actual tool. Today it's a tape measure. And when you win that tool, you're entered into a drawing to win that Fly Away to See tool and get a download code for their new album. You can get more information at x96.com. Text this keyword to 3986.
All right, Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates. Boner candidate number 1, taking advantage of the elderly. Boner candidate number 2, TikTok. And number 3, I'm in a lot of pain.
All right, so round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Brooklinen.com is the website. You need to go and take a look at some fine-looking stuff. Bedding is what they started out with.
That's what I started out with. Carrie tucked me into sheets.
Well, the sheets are amazing, and if you go on their website, they explain how they're able. It's not about thread count. It's about how the sheets are made, really.
They're soft. I love them.
Because everybody uses thread count as a catch-all, and it's not about that. Go on. It explains it all on there. The sheets are incredible, and they are expanding now to your bathroom as well. They have these wonderful towels, these gigantic towels. They're practically sheets, and they're big, and they're fluffy and absorbent and wonderful. They also have, bath mats and shower curtains and all kinds of things available. You need to go and take a look. It's luxury products without the luxury markup, and I love my Brooklinen sheets. If you like softness, comfort, essentials to help you relax, Brooklinen has it all. Brooklinen.com, the perfect place to build a new oasis to support your resolutions. Go on, make yourself comfortable. Brooklinen's so confident in their product that all of their sheets, comforters, loungewear, and towels come with a lifetime warranty. So if you're looking to save big, you can shop Brooklinen's President's Day sale happening today. Get more comfort for less money. And if you're in New York, or if you're listening in New York, you can get the internet's favorite sheets and more in real life at Brooklinen's first store in Brooklyn at 127 Kent Avenue in Williamsburg. Take advantage of all their President's Day sales savings. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
Radio from Hell show on X96. Call 877-602-9696 or text us at 33986. Message and data rates apply.
8:22. Time now for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. So in this round 2, choose strategically. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
X96 welcomes Pee-wee to Kingsbury Hall on February 22nd. There's a screening of the movie and a panel discussion with, yes, he will be here, Paula Rubens.
Pee-wee Herman himself.
Purchase your tickets now, or maybe you'll win some from us. You can get more details at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1, taking advantage of the elderly. Oh, just in time for Valentine's Day, too. Love was in the air, but there was also a foul odor of fraud.
Foul odor of fraud.
Yes. The Oregon Division of Financial Regulation would like to warn you, don't get catfished like this poor old guy. Recently, an 80-year-old widower was catfished out of $200,000 by an unidentified fraudster who first stole a Florida woman's identity to befriend the old man through an online dating service, and then persuaded him to send money for a business opportunity. Over several months, the con artist convinced the elderly man that they were in a long-distance romantic relationship and proposed an opportunity to support an art gallery in Florida. The scammer pretended to seek investors to cover $5 million in transportation costs to ship a 500-ton marble lion sculpture from China.
There it is. Wow.
X96.com/live.
Kind of cool.
The con artist promised the investments would be returned plus a percentage of the profits for the sale of the sculpture. Yeah, you can see it at x96.com/live. The photo that they sent the old guy.
That's not.
The widower even received fabricated documents detailing the contract with the museum and bank statements. Relying on the documents and his romantic involvement with the person,
That's sad.
the victim made a series of payments over 5 months to various individuals' overseas bank accounts, totaling more than $200,000. The elderly, again, he's 80. The elderly widower lost his entire investment, and investigators have been unable to locate the scammer. Boner candidate number 1, taking advantage of the elderly. Boner candidate number 2, tick-tock. A Utah woman was arrested in Cache County last week for allegedly sending threatening messages, text messages to her coworkers because she was worried about getting fired. Court documents state that Brittany Valentine was charged with 1 count of threat of terrorism, and that's a second-degree felony. A supervisor at the unidentified workplace in Logan received a series of text messages from an unknown number at approximately 6:50 p.m. that read, "You'll want to evacuate your workplace ASAP," purple devil emoji. Tick, tock, purple devil emoji, bomb emoji, explosion emoji, and then this, "You think it's all games? You have 1 hour to defuse," bomb emoji. The supervisor asked the person where she worked and what her name was. The reply included the woman's name, workplace, and the color of her vehicle.
What?
The threat was reported to police. The building was evacuated. All of the employees were sent home for the night. Police found no evidence of a bomb. Ms. Valentine and another employee reported getting a text from the number in question at approximately 7:34, and it read, "Danger is in the air." Court documents said that the number was traced to a Text Now account belonging to Ms. Valentine, the woman who said she got the text.
You know, they can trace that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of getting fired. I know.
Here's what I'll
That'll
do.
fix it.
I'll threaten. Yeah.
I'll become a hero because I'll report this. boner candidate number 2. Tick tock. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, I'm in a lot of pain.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Big O knows tires can be an unexpected expense. That's why they have no credit needed financing. No matter your budget or situation, they can help. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Some more details about the murder of Drew Carey's ex-girlfriend. Her apparently she was a sex therapist.
Yes.
Amy Harwick.
She's beautiful.
She sought restraining orders on more than one occasion. We have, oh yeah, there's a picture of her, x96.com/live. She had sought restraining orders on more than one occasion against her ex-boyfriend, a piece of work named Gareth Pursehouse. He was arrested in her murder. Harwick, who was 38, also the ex-fiancé of Price is Right host Drew Carey, requested 2 restraining orders against the 41-year-old man, Pursehouse, during what loved ones described as a toxic relationship. She initially got a temporary restraining order against him back in 2011, but it was dismissed after she didn't show up for a follow-up hearing in court. Then 9 months later, Harwick again requested and was granted a temporary restraining order against this same guy. Later granted a request for protection in April of 2012. Man, you have to live your life going through this kind of crap.
It's hoop after hoop after hoop.
Pursehouse allegedly attacked her Saturday morning in an incident that set her plummeting from her 3rd-floor balcony to her death. He was taken into custody and charged with murder. Harwick's friend Rudy Torres said he was a stalker. When they broke up, he didn't take it well at all. He would do stupid stuff and say stupid stuff, and you tell him, move on, dude, leave her alone, and he wouldn't. Speaking of doing stupid stuff, I really don't know why Martin Freeman thought he would talk about this.
About what?
So, you know who Martin Freeman
Yeah.
is. He's Bilbo Baggins, Bilbo.
Yeah.
And he's Sherlock,
No, he's
star in
Mr. he's
Sherlock.
Mr. Frodo.
He's Mr. Frodo.
That's right, Frodo.
Yeah, he's Frodo.
He's Jim in British Office.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
He's in Black Panther, too.
He's got a new project coming out that's about families and kids. But so I don't. Anyway, he described his shortcomings as a parent, admitting that when his son Joe and his daughter Grace were younger, he called them little effers and hit them a lot.
Oh, geez. Really?
Yeah. Yes, I've
Mr.
smacked my kids. The 48-year-old actor said in a new interview with the UK Times. When they were very young, I smacked my kids, yes. And it's not like a victory. It's not like, oh, I must be doing something right. But I have done it when it's route one to something that they need to understand, and I couldn't rationalize with them. Also, I was impatient and at the end of my rope. Freeman, who shares the kids with actress his ex-wife or ex-partner Amanda Abington, confessed that it was a rule in their home not to do either of those things, call them little effers or hit them, but he broke the rules all the time. He's currently promoting a show called Breeders, a black comedy about the trials and tribulations of raising children. It's on FX, apparently. He says, I've had my shortcomings as a parent, but I just don't know why he would. Now, he's on good terms. His kids are now 14, and
Yeah.
the other, they're older. And he's on good terms with them, apparently, and on good terms with his ex. And he said, they don't seem to hold anything against me. So why would you?
I don't know.
I don't know why he would bother doing it.
He was Bilbo. We got him mixed up. He was
Frodo's Elijah Wood.
Frodo's Elijah Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Bilbo.
Yeah.
I got him mixed up.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see now. Anyway, I just thought it was odd that he would do that. I think he comes across as not that sort of person. I enjoy his work. At the end of January, while the Senate debated impeachment and the spread of the coronavirus dominated international headlines, the Environmental Protection Agency made an announcement that generated a brief moment of national coverage, and it should have merited a lot more coverage. The EPA said they will no longer regulate a huge portion of water in the West. The announcement fit a pattern. Since taking office, the Trump administration has tried to roll back over 90 environmental rules, regulating everything from methane emissions to fracking. Even so, the proposed revision of waterways covered under the Clean Water Act has shocked environmentalists. If the changes survive a flood of lawsuits, it will mark the biggest rollback of federal water protections since the original law passed in 1972. I believe passed by that radical environmentalist Richard Nixon.
Yes.
The Clean Water Act made dumping pollutants into navigable waters without a permit illegal.
Yeah, but business.
The goal of the act was to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waterways. Under the new rules, protections for ephemeral streams, those that run only after snow melt or rain, will be eliminated. In the arid West, this means most streams will no longer have any federal protection.
Who thought this is a good idea?
The Trump administration?
The Trump administration.
Oh, really? He's your guy?
Stephen
Okay.
Miller.
Yeah, probably.
These streams provide drinking water for 1 out of 3 Americans.
Yeah. And they think that's a good idea.
Yeah, you can just dump
They,
crap in them.
yeah. They don't care about you.
Michael Bloomberg, jumping into the Democratic presidential race in a huge way, says if he is elected president, he will sell all of his businesses. He will sell the financial data and media company that he created in the 80s, which bears his name, and made him a multi-billionaire. If elected U.S. president, he said, I will sell it all.
As Donald Trump should have.
Of course, should have done.
Although I suspect he can't sell his businesses because there are too many liens against them.
You're probably right. I mean, they made Jimmy Carter sell his peanut farm.
Listen, that drywall company needs to get its money before those can be sold.
I mean, I'm serious.
Well, yeah, that's how Trump did business. He'd have you do work and then not pay you.
And then a Texas man, finally this one, a Texas man drunkenly ran a person over and then drove with the mangled corpse in his passenger seat for at least half a mile before stopping at a beer garden. Hey, look, there's a beer garden. Paul Joseph Garcia rammed into a pedestrian pushing a shopping cart. The victim went through the 2014 Ford Taurus windshield and suffered traumatic injuries to the head, with some body parts becoming detached, it says.
Oh, man.
But Garcia kept driving with a mangled corpse in the vehicle, the documents say. Witnesses saw Garcia park his car about a half mile from the scene of the accident and calmly get out. He then walked into the South Austin Beer Garden barefoot in a manner that caught the attention of other patrons. He wasn't served any alcohol. Debris, including car and body parts, lined the roadway.
Oh, man.
From the scene of the crash to where the car stopped at the beer garden. Mr. Garcia had evidence on his body that matched the blood and body tissue found coating the inside of the vehicle. Officers conducted a sobriety test, and what do you think they found?
Huh.
He was drunk as a skunk.
All right.
He's been charged with manslaughter.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com. So I followed Joe Ingles on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
He's a jazz player.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something else.
What instrument?
He posted this yesterday. A guy puts a phone right in my face and says, selfie, selfie, selfie.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I said,
saw this.
well, at least say please. And then says, oh, do you want me to call you sir also? Seriously, come on, man. I have no issues taking photos with people, but at least say please, especially if I'm with my family. But people attacked him.
I was surprised at how people jumped on his ass for that.
You're a multimillionaire.
Comes with the territory, brother. Stop crying. You make $12 million playing a sport. Millions of people would do anything to be in your shoes. Take a damn picture anytime, anywhere. Recognize how lucky you are.
No, he's out with his family.
And all he was saying, and he wasn't saying, I won't take a picture. Just
He said the guy was being really pushy. And
ask me nicely.
Just ask me nicely.
And you know what? Don't bother people when they're out with their family. Really. I mean, it's just because he makes a lot of money doesn't mean
he's not a person.
It doesn't mean you own a part of him that he's.
Yeah.
I pay your salary.
Yeah. So knock it off. That's sports. Weather, sunny and beautiful. Air quality is actually pretty good too for the next several days. It is cold though. High only 36 today. Traffic. Stalled vehicle I-15 southbound near 72nd South in Midvale. The HLV lane and shoulder are blocked. This is adding to the delays already in place from a crash near 90th South, and it's just been bumper-to-bumper traffic all morning, I'm afraid. Northbound I-15 through Draper and Sandy, and southbound through Midvale and Murray on I-15. Several accidents, stalled cars, and other things have caused issues both directions there. Let me check our message stream. No, everyone's just trying to win the Tool tickets. So we'll move on. Big O Tires knows that there can be an unexpected expense. That's why they have no credit needed financing. No matter what your budget or situation, they can help. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Here's boner candidate number 3. This is from a part of the world that I'm familiar with in Florida, Valparaiso, Florida. It's the Twin Cities of Niceville and Valparaiso,
I think you
Florida.
made that up.
No, I did not at all. I spent a week in that town. A 26-year-old New York man who initially told police during a traffic stop that he was carrying a personal stash of marijuana was found to be in possession of 70 pounds of marijuana.
Of personal
marijuana.
Yes, it
the
was
large haul.
Costco.
Yeah.
You know,
Costco.
You can't buy just,
Kirkland marijuana.
It was found in the luggage of the car, the rear of Marcus Allen Molina's vehicle. He said, hey, I'm in a lot of pain.
Apparently.
70 pounds of marijuana. He was taken into custody and faces charges of dealing? Really? No, come on. Boner candidate number 3. I'm in a lot of pain.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, taking advantage of the elderly. 80-year-old Oregon man swindled out of $200,000 in a romance scam. Boner candidate number 2, TikTok. A Utah woman accused of sending bomb emojis threats to her work because she was afraid she was going to get fired. And boner candidate number 3, I'm in a lot of pain.
Here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of our champions and put them against each other for a boner fight. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. That's when that happens. Right now, you're picking the champion for round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. Or call Katie in the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Or vote online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting February 19, 2020, and vote there. You've got 300 seconds. This is round 2.
Radio from Hell on X96.
Time to award round 2 of your boners, and then we'll get to things that must go.
And that's brought to you in part by French fries and onion rings.
And from the creator of Thriller, don't miss Odyssey Dance Theater's A Midsummer Night's Dream in Vegas at Kingsbury Hall, February 27th through the 29th. Visit odysseydance.com for show and ticket information.
Boner candidate number 1, taking advantage of the elderly. An 80-year-old Oregon man swindled out of $200,000 in a romance scam. Boner candidate number 2, TikTok. A Utah woman accused of sending bomb threats via emojis and so forth and texts to the place that she was working because she was afraid she was going to get fired. So she sent them to herself and said, Look what
Oh,
someone has said.
no.
You know, she wanted to be a hero, I guess. She didn't think it through very well. And boner candidate number 3, I'm in a lot of pain. So a guy arrested for pot possession. He said, this is just for personal use. 70 pounds? Don't think so. That was number 3. Jill won tickets to go see the Pee-wee. And the winner was boner candidate number 2, TikTok.
There you go. Now we have both of our champions from each round. We'll take them both and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20. That's when you will decide boner of the day.
And we put them right against each other, too.
About a half hour from now, we'll do that. Things that must go now, brought to you by...
Looking to stretch that tax refund? Get glasses at iMart Express. 2 pairs of glasses start at just $38.71. They make glasses the same day. Right glasses, right price, right now. Find your store at imartexpress.com.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you. It's gotten under your skin somehow, and you just can't deal with it anymore. You put it in an email and you send it to us, and maybe it'll leave your life, or at the very least make you feel better about it.
We've heard from people that have confirmed that things have gone.
So if you have a must go, something that you want to be gone, just put it in an email, put must go in the subject line, and we might read it on the radio. Gina.
First one from me, and it's directed at my son, who I don't think is awake yet. Mohammed, when Soccer Carpool is picking you up at 6:30, that means at 6:30...
In the morning?
No, at night.
Okay.
Your shoes are on, your shin guards are on, your water bottle is filled up, and you were waiting by the door so that when the person pulls up, you can run outside. 6:30 doesn't mean, okay, now I'll put my shoes on, and now I'll fill up my water bottle.
Why aren't you having this conversation with him?
I have.
Okay.
Last night, I'm like, why? He's like, they don't come till 6:30. I'm like, that means you leave at 6:30. You don't start getting ready to leave at 6:30. This from Brittany.
Dancing is too a sport.
It's different, Brittany.
Oh.
My thing that must go is people saying because Rage Against the Machine tickets are $125, they become the very thing they were raging about.
Huh?
Have you people done...
People have been complaining about this.
But she said, have you done any research? Yeah. Of course not. They have special tickets that they're trying to keep from scalpers reselling them. So those special tickets are more expensive. And then they're sending that money to charity. They've also put clauses in to keep scalpers from ruining it for the rest of us. And she says, secondly, I also didn't see you bitching about the $300 Post Malone tickets that went straight into his pockets. And she said, yes, I'm still very bitter that tickets sold out before I could get one, but if I find one that's legit and not a scalper, I'd happily pay $300 for it because it's me helping out something I fiercely believe in while listening to an amazing band. Thank you for letting me listen. Keeps me awake on my grave shifts. And thank you for the tote bag. I guess Brittany wanted a tote bag from us. And then this from Chris. Thanks for letting me listen. My thing that must go is the fact that Bill eats more apple pie than I do. So either he needs to stop it or I need to eat more pie, preferably the latter.
Well, I don't eat that much apple pie. I mean, occasionally. But now I want some.
Yeah.
All right, Carrie?
I have one. And then my wife has a couple, and then Tommy has one. Cologne hand.
Oh, yeah.
Cologne
I
hand.
hate cologne hand.
Gentlemen, pay attention. When you, well, first of all, your cologne, if you got the kind that you shake into your hand or that aftershave, get rid of that. All right? Get a spray so that you don't have it on your hand, because when I shake your hand, it's with me the rest of the day. Get a spray cologne, all right? None of this stuff on your hands, all right? So cologne hands got to go. Sue's got a couple. Getting misdelivered junk mail for the neighbor. Do I do them a favor and throw it away? Or do I make the mail person...
Not at this address, right?
I throw it away.
Yeah. And stupid national holidays that psychologically trick you. For example, yesterday was National Drink Wine Day, so they tricked her into drinking wine on National Wine Day.
You can always trick me into drinking
National
wine.
Donut Day happened.
She's so gullible.
Yep, it happened. So, here's that. This one from Tommy Milagro. Being reminded by my management to get back on the phones every 2 to 3 minutes. I get it. There are calls in queue, and I need to be available to take calls, but if I'm busy assisting a customer, it's not going to make me move faster. Chill the F out, Hector.
Yeah, Hector.
Number 2, Hector must go. Hector's just Spanish for Karen, and nobody has time for your bull sock. Spanish Karen! February must go. If the months can be considered parts of the mouth, February is the canker sore. Nothing good has ever come from February. E.g., my breakups, the legislature in session, the impeachment verdict. February just needs to go back and be replaced by a longer March, and just use that opportunity to double up on Black History Month. Thank you, Tommy.
This one from Use My Name, I Don't Give a Care. Okay, Jay. Number 1, SLCPD, the policemen, idling their empty cars at the casually catch-up with their fellow officers inside the 7-Eleven. So the cars are still running outside.
That's policy. They have to do that. I mean, it's bad, but they have
SLCPD idling their empty cars outside a place of business as they take a report of homeless people sleeping nearby. Look, I know some of you feel, though the rules shouldn't apply to you.
They're not.
And,
they're following.
And since you don't have to pay for the gas for your patrol cars, wasting gas doesn't bother you. But lead by example and let us all breathe the clean air. You say that they are required
policy.
to keep the cars
Yeah,
running?
because if they have to leave quickly and they start idiot.
Okay. Number 2, people who just walk on past you as you thoughtfully hold the door open for them. Not a thank you, not an acknowledgement. Were you raised by hooligans? Use your damn manners, please, and thank you go a long way, especially in these times. For the love of everything, be better human beings, Jay. And then this one was sent directly to me. As a matter of fact, it says, Good morning, Bill. I decided to email you directly since my must go is about Carrie. I'm not sure if you're doing must goes this week. It wasn't in the podcast or promo, but if you are, I have one. My wife says I'm being picky, but damn it, it's 2020 and I'll be as picky as I want. And I don't care if you use my name. My must go is Kerry saying he'll vote for any Democrat. Kerry, I love you, but you really should stop phrasing it like that. Now, I will admit that an X96 tote bag would make a better president than Orange 45, but when you say you'll vote for, quote, any Democrat, it reminds me of the sentiment that got Trump elected in the first place. People said, I don't need to look into who this man is. I'm just going to vote for a Republican or any Republican to beat Hillary. If voters had decided with person over party, we'd never have been in this mess. Yes, I know it's not the same because regardless of who the Democratic nominee is, they'll be better than Trump. That's not the point. Words and phrasing matter.
No.
Don't put the blinders on for anger when the others did so for ignorance. I'm going to vote for any of the current field of Democrats. Bill, you're a true class act and a friend of the people. Next time you need a bath beer, email me, and I can be there in 20.
Bath beer.
I got nothing but time. I don't have any BS store policy. Also, I have about 1 million independently verified fact lists that I can forward over when you don't feel like looking one up. It's one of my hobbies. Thanks for letting me listen. Tell Kerry I love him. Sincerely, Felix.
Felix? Sorry, your must go doesn't work.
Carrie's not going to change.
Nope.
Things that must go on the radio.
Okay, 856 KXRK Provo.
Crash northbound I-15 just after the on-ramp from 106 South and Sandy. 3 left lanes blocked, backing traffic to Point of the Mountain. Oh, and there was already stuff going on there. So geez Louise. Crash westbound Pioneer Crossing at 1700 West in Lehigh. Stalled vehicle southbound Bangor Highway 96 South. And yeah, just northbound I-15 pretty much from Point of the Mountain through Sandy, and southbound I-15 through Murray and Midvale. Massive slowage through there. Invest in you with visual freedom from glasses or contacts. Visit Wait Vision in Lehigh or waitvision.com. That's WAITE vision.com.
Ooh, let's see. We've got boner fight coming up. Stand by for that. Big O Tires.
The team you trust, Big O Tires. I always go to the one on 2nd East and South Temple. They know me when I walk in the door. Hey, Bill, hi, what car did you bring in? Which one? What do we need? What do you need? And I go in there, and I always know that I'll be everything will be handled very expediently too. I mean, they're fast.
And you should go in because we don't have the mandatory car inspections anymore in the state of Utah. And police officers will tell you that accidents are up because people have bald tires because they're not getting them checked. You should just take your tires and get them checked. They'll let you know if you've got a little life in them or if you're due for some new ones.
Now, Big O Tires knows that tires and auto repairs, if you need that done, that can be a sudden expense and unexpected. And so they have no credit needed financing. So no matter what your budget or your situation, they have financing that'll fit you. Now, if you want to find a Big O Tire store near you, you should because they're the team you trust. Just go to bigotires.com.
All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway Media.
Yeah.
Because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes.
Yes.
Here on Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile.
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when someone's in the middle of telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know.
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
Bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that. And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk than
sort of
the bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
it was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
Was
because
it a hipster or was it,
it was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or was it a DUI guy?
It was a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, I didn't know what to think. He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking. So.
But he turned around and
came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all
Doesn't
that,
make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. Because?
Just because?
No, they're
Just because.
they're coming to town.
I don't know. You guys told me to play that, so.
August 9th at Shawnee Amphitheater. And I guess
With-
I guess
yeah.
Korn will be there too. But Faith No More.
Well, Primus announced yesterday as
Hi,
well.
Corey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Yeah, how you doing? Primus announced yesterday as well, and I feel like if we could just get them on that Korn tour, we'd have Big Ass Show 1995.
That's what-
and it would be
You
fine.
would.
Yeah.
You would exactly have that.
Faith No More. I was just reading about that song, Small Victory. The song was released in a couple of different versions, and then I think this is the version with the one they settled on was remixed by Youth of Killing Joke. And so somebody asked Mike Patton what it was about, this Small Victory. He said, well, it's kind of about, well, my dad was a coach, so I grew up and I wanted to win. And, well, I found out that I just can't win every game, darn it.
So you got to take your small
You take the
victories.
small victory.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like a reasonable philosophy.
So probably in August, Corey on his concert and community calendar will be telling us about that show, but that's not this week.
Oh, hi, Corey.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
It's Corey O'Brien. He's on the radio right after us. He's here every, what is it, Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday to do Corey's community and concert calendar. If you want to find out about all of those events, you can text the word events to 33986. It's also on our website and right now on the radio.
All right, because tonight's debates are going to suck the oxygen out of the rest of the week. We won't start things until Friday, so you can do that. But Friday, we have Dashboard Confessional at the Depot. They're celebrating 20 years.
My God.
Of screaming infidelities?
That and people in their dorm rooms playing covers of their songs on acoustic guitars trying to get lucky. So yeah, that'll be Friday night. But we love Chris Carrabba. Last time they were in town, they played our Christmas show, and he was absolutely fantastic. He came into the lounge for us, so love to see him back in town. Trevor Noah, of course, is at Maverick Center, and The Bachelor live on stage at the Eccles Theater.
Yeah, I read about this.
But I feel like we're in a unique position on this because we just passed where polygamy is no longer illegal in the Utah State Senate. So I feel like it's going to be very short because he's just going to take them all.
He can.
Could be a very
I
short
can't
show.
decide. I'm going to take
I'll just because
there
I
we
can.
go.
Great, we can go home early.
Yes. So that's Friday. And Saturday, Jay Farrow, formerly of SNL,
really?
will be at Wise Guys Downtown. We'll actually be doing 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday.
I can't picture him. What?
Right here.
He was only on the show for...
He did a lot of really good impressions, so
Yeah.
it's probably
Oh,
hard
yeah,
to
yeah.
remember what he looks like
Yeah.
because...
Yeah, he was only on for a couple of seasons.
And, of course, our friend Paul Rubens will be in town as well on Saturday doing a, I guess, it's not really a Q&A as much as a panel discussion after Pee-wee's Big Adventure that they're showing the 35th anniversary at Kingsbury Hall. And then fast forward to Tuesday, which will be Fat Tuesday, so stay home.
Right. That means Lent on Wednesday,
Yep.
Gina.
Yeah. Any predictions on...
Oh, I know what Gina will give up.
She'll
French
give up
fries.
French fries.
We talk about this every year.
I'm not going to talk about it ever again.
It's the hardest thing for me to
What
give
about
up.
hash browns? Because they're kind of like little French fries.
That's true.
You're giving me an out. there.
Yeah, I know. So, and that's that.
That's pretty much it?
That's it.
All right, well, thank you. You can get this delivered to your phone directly, by the way.
Text the word events to 33986.
And brought to you by Live Nation. Once again, Tool, March 16th at Maverick Center. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news. Stand by. Zero Res.
Get your carpets clean, your upholstery or your tile clean without icky chemicals and detergents.
And without having the residue, that means it dries faster and it's not crunchy. You know, sometimes when you've used other services, it's crunchy. No,
Yeah.
not crunchy.
And sometimes if you've used another service, just a few weeks later, spots start appearing and the traffic lanes start showing up again, and it's just dingy and dirty. But that's why we love Zero Res, because their cleaning system leaves no dirt-attracting residue behind. None. Not zero. Zero. That's why they call them Zero Res. So easy. Zero Res will clean your rooms for just $33 each, carpet or tile, just $33 per room for a no residue cleaning. Minimums apply. Call today to schedule your appointment. Tell them Radio from Hell sent you. Zero Res, 801-288-9376. That's 288-0, Z-E-R-O. Or you can search for Zero Res Carpet Cleaning online.
Be a part of the Radio from Hell show on X96. Call 877-602-9696 or text us at 33986. Message and data rates apply.
You will need that information to vote for Boner of the Day. You'll need that in about 6 or 7 minutes. So be ready. Before that, though, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
LHM Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Sandy. Save thousands with the largest inventory of Chrysler, Jeeps, Dodge, Ram trucks. Shop your deals online at lhmdeals.com.
Ben Affleck says that his divorce from Jemima Grainer is the biggest regret of his life.
Well, he should regret it.
Jennifer
She's
Garner.
better than he will ever deserve.
Yep.
Jennifer Garner says, the best thing that ever happened to me was that son of a bitch divorcing me.
Really?
That's not what she said.
Did
In
she
an
say that?
interview
I believe it.
with the New York Times, which was published on Tuesday, the 47-year-old actor opened up about the pain that he felt amid the breakdown of his marriage to Jennifer Garner, while the pair announcing their separation in June of 2015.
Usually, I think divorce is, you both have a little bit of contribute. I think that one was all Ben.
That was all him.
I think that was all his fault. I think he would admit that.
My favorite part of that interview, though, with Ben Affleck, was they asked him, why did you stop doing Batman? And he recounted about all of the fan backlash that he got for Justice League. And, Batman v Superman and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I showed a friend of mine the script to the next Batman movie that we were going to make. And he said, I like the script, but I think if you continue in this role, you're going to drink yourself to death.
Because he was hitting the bottle pretty hard.
Well, yeah, because the fans were just, they were, those
Ruthless.
DC ruthless fanboys, and they just were making his life miserable.
They're not like those easygoing Marvel fans.
We are a little bit more easygoing, actually. Yeah.
Well, you're not quite as defensive. That's for sure.
We had this thing called What If, the What If comic, where we got to see different scenarios, and so we're okay with it.
Yeah. Harrison Ford is opening up about his secret to staying healthy. He says, well, the first thing I do every morning is put on a shawl.
Put my shawl.
Well, it's cold. He lives in Wyoming.
Where's my shawl?
Appearing on the Ellen DeGeneres show on Tuesday, Ellen complimented him on his chiseled look, asking if he'd made any changes to his diet. You look really good. What did I look like before? Really bad. The difference is amazing, she said. You've changed your diet or something, I read. What are you doing now? See, he doesn't help out with the interview.
No, he hates it. He hates it.
He tries to smile and be...
It's in his contract. He has to do so much press for...
She says, well, why? What do you mean? Well, she said, you said you changed something in your diet. I read somewhere. Like we're supposed to be talking about right now? Well, no dairy or meat. What was the other thing? He couldn't remember the other thing that he...
They just bring me food. I don't know.
Now, I think this movie looks terrible.
Call of the Wild.
Yeah.
I hated the book.
But Muhammad...
He wants to see
it. That's
really?
That's everything.
I think kids will love it.
Yeah.
And it it's Carrie hated the book. I loved the book. It's a fascinating story about this dog that is torn between his love for this guy and the Call of the Wild.
Buck. But they use a CG dog and it looks terrible.
Just hang on. You've only seen it on TV, and these things can change and be.
I'm gonna go because
what did I see that was? I was watching. I can't ever remember how to say his name. The guy who directed Parasite. Bong Joon-ho.
Yeah.
So he did a movie called Okja.
Yes.
Do you know this movie?
Yes.
And it's on Netflix.
Yes.
And it's this giant pig, essentially.
It's a pig-like creature. Yeah.
And it's not really a pig, but it's like a pig. And it's huge. And it's so the movie is too long, and there's kind of weird stuff in it that doesn't need to be there. But the CG of this creature, even on TV, was fantastic. Now, it probably helped that it wasn't really a pig. It was sort of like a pig.
Yeah, because it
But-
was its own creature, the CG worked.
But I think it's possible to do CG and make it work.
It's tough when you're imitating an animal
Yeah.
that we have seen.
But now, do you went to see The Lion King, right, Gina?
Yeah.
The remake of The Lion King.
Yeah.
Wasn't that well done?
Yes.
So just give it a chance. Give it a break.
Okay.
I think. But the one thing that I've noticed in the trailers for Call of the Wild, though, the dog is too human. That's
That's what I'm saying.
I
He
mean-
he looks like a Disney.
Well, it was a motion capture actor.
Yeah.
Standing in for the dog. Yeah.
He smiles and he.
and he kind of looks.
Yeah. No, I
They've
wanted
made
a
him-
dog.
They've made him maybe a little too human. Maybe that's the problem.
Could be.
Anyway.
Harrison Ford also on Ellen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you deny, verify, or whatever? Indiana Jones, they're saying that
I can deny that it's not happening.
I can deny that it's not happening.
you can deny that it's not happening, so it is happening.
Yeah. So they're going to start in the summer, apparently.
SpaceX is going to launch 4 tourists into super high orbit by the end of next year, they say. It'll be you got to pay a pretty penny, but if you want to go into sub-orbit on a spaceship, on a rocket, they're going to do 4 people on the same rocket, I believe.
I can throw up at home.
Nobody's even suggesting that you should do this, Gina. So you sound affronted, like, how dare you offer me this? Nobody's offering you
That's
that.
your sign off, by the way.
Nobody's offering you a ride on SpaceX.
Write that down.
rocket. Let's see, a little bit of time left here.
One more quickie.
Let me do Rosario Dawson.
Yes. Her new show, I quite like.
What is
It's called Briar Patch. And we're about 2 episodes in, and I'm well in.
Who's doing it? What channel are you finding?
I can't remember what channel it's on.
I'll look for it.
It's funny how that works
You don't
now.
know.
You don't know. You just have your DVR.
Rosario, she's come out in a candid interview in which she discussed her relationship with Cory Booker. In 2018, she shared a post on Instagram in celebration of Pride Month, which many at the time took to mean she was coming out herself. During a conversation with Bustle, however, she clarified that it wasn't her intention to do so in the post, though she is now officially coming out, she says. People kept saying that I came out. I didn't do that, she said. I mean, it's not inaccurate, but I never came out. I never did come out, she said. I mean, I guess I am now, though, right now. Though Dawson
So
has
is she
not
not
shared.
with Cory Booker anymore?
She's with Cory.
Though Dawson has not shared exactly how she identifies, she added, I've never had a relationship in that space, so it's never felt like an authentic calling to me. In 2018, she shared a post writing, Happy Pride Month, sending love to my fellow LGBTQ plus homies. Keep being strong in the face of adversity, loud and proud. Here is a little throwback to that last year. Dawson and Booker went public with their relationship in 2018 after months of speculation, and she has spoken about dating him in interviews. In an interview with Women's Health, she opened up about the sweet morning ritual they share.
What is it? I want to know.
Telling the magazine, every morning that we don't wake up together, he sends me a song, which means every morning he holds our relationship in his mind and his heart for a few minutes. And then he goes off into his big day.
I like that.
So I guess she's saying she's a little fluid. I think that's what I take from all of that.
Yeah, she dabbles.
She's had a fluid relationship. All right.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Here we go, the winner from round 1 going against round 2. If you set the Wayback Machine for about 7:20, right around in there, maybe 7:30, you will have heard this winner. You'd like to try one of my cakes, wouldn't you, dear? A former mayoral candidate turned potential baby napper. Her name was Juliet Parker, and she has allegedly drugged a new mother with a cupcake and tried to steal her baby. With this Ms. Parker's daughter is helping her in this endeavor. It's going against number 2, TikTok, a Utah woman up in Logan, I believe it was. She thinks the best way to maybe keep her job, to not get fired, is to send a bomb threat to the place she's working. I don't know. There you go. That's number 2.
You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight? Or no, this is Boner Fight.
Yeah.
God.
Carrie,
It's been
come
a long
on.
morning.
It's been a long morning. It is Boner Fight. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day. For Wednesday, February 19. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call Katie in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online and vote, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight February 19, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You've got less than 300 seconds, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. RanLife.com.
Oh, Ran Life. Now, the rates are very low right now, and Ran Life can help you refinance if your interest rate is higher than the prevailing one.
You should at least look into it. Let them help you look into it.
Yeah, now they may say, it's not worth it. They have. I was going to refinance with them once. I've refinanced twice. I was going to do it another time, and they said, it's really not worth going to the trouble. It's not that big a difference.
But worth looking into for sure.
Always.
Also, Ran Life is offering the new AAA Fair Credit Down Payment Assistance. You can get pre-qualified with the new AAA Fair Credit system. They've modified it to allow people to put up to $1,500 in over 6 months, and they match it by 3 to 1, getting up to $6,000 in 6 months. You can call Ran Life to see if you qualify for this program. They're great on the phone. Give them a call, 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500, or call or go to ranlife.com. See what.
Radio from Hell on X96.
Time to award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a hamburger and French fries.
And from the creator of Thriller, don't miss Odyssey Dance Theater's A Midsummer Night's Dream in Vegas at Kingsbury Hall, February 27th through the 29th. Visit odysseydance.com for show and ticket information.
Boner candidate number 1. You'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear? That's the woman and her 16-year-old daughter trying to, by means of a poisoned cupcake, poison a woman and steal her baby. It was the scheme was foiled, fortunately, and that went up against TikTok, a Utah woman accused of sending bomb emoji threats to her work. She somehow weirdly figured this would be a way to prevent her from being fired. I don't. It was a weird plan.
The logic train eludes me.
Somebody named Forrest won the Odyssey Dance Theater tickets, and the clear-cut winner of today's Boner voting was number 1. You'd like to try one of my cupcakes, wouldn't you, dear?
That is Boner of the Day for February 19, 2020. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be decided by Dave the Flower Guy on Friday.
You know, we've had a really great relationship with Zero Res for many years now. Many years. And Jake from Zero Res is here. And it's really just astonishing that you guys. I remember when you came to town and everybody were trying to explain us what's going on and how it works. And we're okay, yeah, and you've just really taken off and become the premier carpet cleaner.
Well, at first it was the snake oil, right? Like we were the.
It was a little like
it was
that.
like, hold up, you can clean carpet without soap? What?
Yep.
No, yeah, we
Wait
can.
a minute, you don't use soap,
And it's clean better, actually.
but it's better. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's and then he came to our houses and showed us really how it works, and it's just terrific. Zero Res.
Yeah, and that's kind of the key there, right? When you've not seen it, it's like, hold up, and you know, I've always used soaps, and I've used soap with my laundry, and used soap with the dishes, and well, we use powered water, so it's the same concept, but it doesn't leave that sticky residue behind. Your carpet isn't crunchy afterwards.
It's Zero Res, and it dries faster. Which we were just talking off the air about that specifically. So this time of year, you might think, oh, I'll wait to clean my carpets till it gets warmer. No, this is a great time to do it.
Because the air's dry, right?
It is, and your carpet will dry faster. And truthfully, it is an awesome time to clean. You know, rain, shine, snow, cold, doesn't matter. Our guys are out there. They need the work. They want the work. So if you feel like you're inconveniencing us, don't think that. We're ready to come
Please
take care
inconvenience
of you.
us.
Please.
Now, I haven't had you to my house for a long time because what carpet I used to have is now all gone, and I have hardwood floors everywhere. It's hardwood floor. One room has linoleum, I think. But you said you do hardwood floors as well.
We clean hardwood. If you've got hardwood, likely you've got some rugs. We clean rugs, the upholstery. You know, there's got to be something in your home that's going to collect dust.
My son.
We'll clean him too.
Okay.
I mean, we need the work, you know.
Do some powered water.
You
on
should
him.
have them come, Bill. I think you'd be surprised with your hardwood how much nicer it looks after.
It could use it too. I mean, you know, hardwood floors sort of hide dirt in a lot of ways, and I know that it's really dirty, and I just don't see it.
You know, my intention is never to try and gross people out, but I'm going to warn you, I'm about to.
Okay.
So our bodies, they exfoliate several pounds of skin and just debris every year.
Yep. Mine does every hour.
Year. Yeah. Bill, I can't imagine your house, right?
Oh, it's just
so coming out and taking care of that, whether it's your hardwood, the rugs, the tile, the carpet, the upholstery, even your mattress. I mean, that kind of stuff, we take care of all of it. We can get it clean for you.
Zero Res. Now, if you just go to, well, you can call them 801-288-ZERO, ZERO.
9376.
9376, yeah. And that's a really great way to make the appointment. But if you go online, go to Zero Res, that's R-E-Z, SLC.com.
Yep.
And that way you get the credit. The Salt Lake City offices get the credit and all
Yep.
that.
And if you're in the Davis and Weber County area, you can also go there. It'll divert you back to their website. So either way, you'll be taken care of.
But we want Jake. We want them all to come to you. Every single one of them. And I know. So how much is it right now?
Right now, it's $33 per room. We've got this deal going where we're promoting tile at the same time.
Okay.
So $33 per room for carpet or tile and a fourth room free on either. So that fourth room free is on carpet or tile.
Okay. So now, Jake also brought some Zero Res gift certificates, and we'll give one. Let's give one away now.
Okay.
It's for
let's do it.
$100.
I tried to swipe it, but he wouldn't.
It's 87. Our phone number is 877-602-9696. The first caller who can get through and tell us what our bodies. Jake mentioned our bodies shed something. What is it that we shed by the pound every year? What is it that we shed? The first person who gets that. You got that, Katie? You know what that is? Okay. Then you get the $100 gift certificate, and we'll have some more to give away later on in the week, and maybe a couple next week. Your guys are. You said they're just waiting for the call. This is a kind of a slow time of the year.
It is slower.
So let's step it up.
Yep. I mean, you could call in. We could come out tomorrow. And get
Yeah,
it done.
and in the busier seasons, sometimes you have to wait 3 or 4 days.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
but right now, they can come out tomorrow. So 801-2880. That's 288-9376.
You got it.
I've said it so many times, and and I like to have it on the paper though, because even though you've said it 5 million times, every once in a while you go, it's too.
Wait.
You want to get it right.
Yeah. So Zero Res, we'll go to ZeroResSLC.com.
There you go.
Book it now, man. Do it. Thanks,
Thank you
Jake.
very much,
That
Jake.
deal.
Talk to you later. Let's see. We got a new Dwello we got to tell you about.
Oh yes, another little bit of work here. Our
So
good.
get a new home that you can clean the carpets in.
clean, yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you're, well,
Yeah, I mean, New Dwello will set you up here. They're talking about down payment assistance money. If you just text the word money to 62687, New Dwello will send you all the information about how you can get down payment money for a new home. Text the word money to 62687. These grants are not just for first-time home buyers or people who need their carpet cleaned either. They are for any place in Utah. It doesn't have to be here in the Salt Lake area. You want to buy a home someplace in southern Utah, this is also for that. So text the word money to 62687. All of this grant money is completely forgiven, no repayment necessary. Text the word money to 62687.
Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
Couple of things.
Yes.
Incubus is coming to town.
Oh, really?
With 311 to USANA on July 24th. Pie and Beer Day. Tickets are on sale now, or maybe you can win some from us right now by texting a keyword to 33986. You can find out more about it at x96.com. The keyword is oil, OIL, oil. Text that to 33986.
Quite a few Incubus songs in our library
Yeah.
here. Quite a few.
So the most recent episode of Remain Seated podcast, that's my podcast. I talk with Festus about a few different things. Talked with him about, remember we had the ex-Jazz Bear on?
Mm-hmm.
Heard from some people responding to that interview of people whose lives he has touched and done nice things for. So we talk about that. We talk about Parasite, the movie, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I also discovered something. So we were talking about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes.
And Festus loves Quentin Tarantino.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of his favorite movies, he will tell you are Quentin Tarantino movies. And I said, so were you upset that didn't win more? And he said, no. He said, actually, to be honest with you, I didn't finish it. I said, you didn't finish Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Why not? He said, it was kind of boring. And I figured out why. He's too
why
young.
he thinks it's boring.
And here's why.
Probably because he doesn't remember the Manson
No.
story.
So you and me, we all watch it and go, oh my God, that's so-and-so.
Yeah. Or it's building up to the Mansons.
That's Roman Polanski.
Yeah.
Cielo Drive. I know who lives on Cielo Drive. Oh, they went out to the Spawn Ranch. So it's...
Bruce Stern was great, by the way.
Yeah, but it's super tense for us that know the story.
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
There's a sense of dread that builds through the movie.
Well,
if you have no idea about any of
Probably.
that, it's kind of a boring movie.
I said that after I saw it. I witnessed it in the theater while we were watching it. But people were kind of shuffling in their seats and, kind of not really into it until about halfway through. And it's because I was loving it. I'm listening to all the old radio and seeing, because I love Los Angeles, and I'm seeing all these old places that I used to know and all of that. And so I'm like, yeah, this part works for me. Not working for those people down front there.
I think they don't. I think it was a little too inside.
Now maybe I can't be objective here, but it seems to me. I'm trying to separate it from let's pretend that I didn't know the story. And I'm trying to think of the movie in that context. I still think it would be interesting to me because it's beautiful to look at. It's got a lot of great music in it. It's got interesting performances. And maybe it's, in a way, you're wondering, where is this going?
Yeah. Why do they keep going back to this blonde woman?
What is this? What is this all about? And you, unless you're a moron, you pick up that she's the woman she's an actress and she's in this movie and she's really excited about it.
But there's no tension there.
Well, it's
the tension that
it is
keeps
better. It is better, I think, if you know that. But I still think there's plenty there to keep. Would seem to me.
Well, I was loving the nostalgia.
Yeah,
a lot of it, all the old TV and movie stuff. I was totally digging all that. That part of the movie was just for me. Where Sue is she fascinated by murders and things like that. She watched documentaries and things like that all the time. So that was the part that she was waiting for. And that was slow to get there. So she was a little put off at the beginning, where I was enthralled.
I just thought
I loved it.
I thought it made it. It was a really good movie that was made even better by that tension because you go, oh my God, I know how this turns out. Oh my God. Oh my God. They don't see it. So it makes it better, but I don't think it's a bad movie if you don't know that.
No, I just didn't mean bad. It finally clicked with me that I took something into that movie that he didn't.
Yeah, that is the case.
And I think, Carrie, probably the people you saw it with, same thing. They didn't have that added.
The people that were sitting in front of us, they None of that nostalgia meant anything to them.
So-
They didn't get it.
So if you don't know the story, and I'm still tiptoeing around all of this. So if you don't know the story and you see how the movie ends, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, is that what you think? I guess that's what you think the story is.
No, no. I don't think you think it's the Manson murders at all. I don't think you draw that conclusion from it. I think it's just a movie that you don't associate with the Manson murders at all. I think it's just.
Well, I mean, they say it's Manson.
Very briefly, he's in
He has a small role. Yeah,
he's in it for.
That's Dewey Crowe, Carrie.
Yeah, I know.
Dewey Crowe.
He
He's
shows
in it
up
for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he shows up in a scene and then at the end.
And he plays Manson in some other movie as well.
He has.
Mindhunter.
Mindhunter. That's what. Yeah, he was great as Manson in Mindhunter. Have you finally watched that?
No, I need to.
Sue's been watching it. She likes it.
Yeah.
So I don't. So probably I told Festus to go back, and then I'm going to explain to him what happened.
Well,
why don't you get him to read about it?
Yeah, I was wondering if there must be a documentary about.
Oh, there's a million. of them.
Yeah. Well, there was a really great movie, made for TV movie, based on Vincent Bugliosi's book, which the title of it escapes me now. He was the prosecutor.
Helter Skelter?
Yeah. There is a made for TV movie that's very good based on that book.
I think he should take that and then go back and watch it and see if he has a different experience.
Yeah, no, he doesn't read, right?
Yeah, he reads.
I mean, come on. Is he? If you're going to give him Helter Skelter, is he going to read it?
It's going to be a book
I'm
on
asking.
tape, right?
No.
He'd probably be more likely to watch a Netflix documentary or something.
Get him a copy of. I bet you can download a copy of Helter Skelter. Have him watch that.
Okay.
All right.
So there's that. And all of that, I don't know what it was. Brought to you by It's a New Year and celebrate Stockton 12 Honda selling new Hondas for $5, $6, and $7 per day. Only at Stockton 12 Honda, Southtown Auto Mall, or online at stockton12honda.com.
By the way, that's why I thought the movie was so great at the end, because you're sure you know where it's going.
And it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Let's see. Okay. I got a request. Here we go.
It's time once again for Ask Manson, starring America's favorite answer man, Charles Manson. Our first letter comes from Ronald Garner from Syosset, New York, who writes,
Dear Mr. Manson, how come the muffler on my 1954 Chevy keeps making a hissing sound?
Hiss, hiss, hiss. That's my sound. That's the sound of me. I'm out there. I'm inside your muffler. You don't like it, but that's too late. I already got inside. I don't shut up. They try to shut me up, but I'm a big mouth like Martha Ray. I'm a Bing Crosby fan. I'm not a Beatle fan. I got friends out there. They got ice picks, and they're going around. When you hear me, you better... I check your muffler seal.
Ask Manson was brought to you by Happy Children's Toys.
There you go.
Bob Odenkirk and Better Call Saul starts next week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very excited. Okay. Let's do the promo and get out of here.
Whew, whoa, this week is going by so quickly. Don't miss Thursday's Radio from Hell show. Woo!
It's the day we play your favorite game, Beat Gina, and you won't want to miss the chance to win Trevor Noah tickets.
So just before 7 a.m., call in with a prize all ready to offer up. This is how I choose who I compete with, so make sure it's a good one, like wine or chocolate or both.
And then at 8 a.m., Sean Means will be here with his movie reviews, including Portrait of a Lady on Fire.
Whew, this week is... Oh, man, be sure to spend some time with us on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. Whew. Got a little bit of Manson in me there.
I don't know. I was thinking it was an old-timey prospector.
Yeah, or both.
All right.
Are we going to start it?
It's Stinky Pete.
That's right. You know why they call me that?
Why?
You spend the night in the tent with me in the old fart sack.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I can throw up at home.
Corey is next.